Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old, fucking magic theory crafting dumb shittery. Yes. Why is the chat from yesterday still there? It's been like that for a long time, kid. It's because of the new system I use. It's been like that since last year. Because I use a offset program so I can merge the chats and be able to read both of them at the same time and display both of them at the same time and manage them both at the same time as necessary. Alright, let's see. Hey, Yakoi, how's it going? Let me get some stuff out of my bag, because I need to go out and buy cards. I don't have any packs to open. I didn't grab my packs last night. I was in a really shite mood. I haven't fully recovered yet. It's just been a lot of string of days where stuff has been going on that's not been pleasant. And kind of just really hit hard yesterday and set me in a foul spiral. Going to try and make it so that doesn't affect today's stream, but there was a very real consideration to cancel today. Alright, I have two of my decks that I play that I want to review over a little bit. And then I have two decks that I want to review over that I'm theory crafting, at the very minimum. So we'll see how all that goes. This is the one on screen at the moment. That is the first one I'm going to theory craft. Decided to pursue hell. What? I don't think I know what that is. So midlife crisis? Good lord. How is this? Ancient Greek religion. Oh, that's always the best way to do it, right? I'm gonna pretend like you do. I mean, that's the best way to do it, because that's how I've basically played it till now. And I've been doing it for a couple of months now. I've got very good at faking that I know what the hell's going on. Alright. So, this deck that we're looking at is, Feed the Cat, is the name of the deck. It is, so shorthand of anything that might need to be known about this game. This is Magic the Gathering. This is the Commander variant of the game. So I have a Commander, which is a legendary creature. And I have then a stack of 99 cards. Some of them are lands, so I can cast spells. And then the rest of the spells set to be cast, right? Yagra. or Yigro, however you want to say it. Eater of all, this card over here is the commander. It is Big Cat. It is big, big cat, and it gets bigger. I have played this deck a lot now, and while technically this is closer to what I actually have in the deck at the moment, I'm going to be seeing what I would theory craft it up to being a better version of it once certain things occur. So we'll be going through them. The modern practice of the traditional religion of ancient Greece involving the worship of the Greek gods. By Zeus, that sounds like a great idea. Alright. If you've ever played a card game though, it's always important, like very easy to kind of understand some of the stuff we'll talk about. Can I join? Can. So, one of the first things I want to mention with this deck that I'm going to be looking at is my intention this whole time with how this deck will get finished is I will get a pre-con if it ever gets reprinted like it was promised. To finish it off. It'll be this pre-con. Can we get the abilities of the gods? Dude, is it gonna just be the Hades game? Can I play like Hades IRL? Have I been recently? Oh, absolutely garbage, but I don't want to really go all the way into it. It's one of those things of like, so something I notice I do a lot when I go to like my LGS, is that they'll go like, oh, how's your day been? And I'm like, oh, well, I'm alive. And I think they've not realized that that's basically my way of soft saving myself from actually explaining how shite things have been. Hey, Muffin, how's it going? I want to marry my sister like Zeus. If you are thinking Zeus is a really good embodiment of what you want to do with your life, there is a lot of life choices you need to start reconsidering. Sleepy, but I'm up. Yeah, no, you said you'd muck your sleep schedule up. Dare I ask how? You've been playing too much of them Marvel Rivals or something like that? Zeus is the worst god ever. Zeus is a perfect embodiment of Greek philosophy. Which is, I'll cause all the problems myself. Weird and poopy job, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. Are we talking about Zeus? I'm talking about... Yeah, true. Dude, I still love how, like, so many of the, like, in that European area, like, how fucked everything is. It's the short answer, right? Pretty over that job right now, so, to be honest, so it should be fine. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking... One of the things I'm kind of not looking forward to, but also kind of looking forward to, take it how you will, is that once I move, I'm going to have to get a job. And when I move, I've got a couple of jobs lined up that I've already applied for to see what happens. One of them I'm actually just waiting on a response for. Well, yeah, I'm going to have to start working amongst all of everything, so I expect I'm gonna get like completely chatted. My favorite god is Hades. What version of it though? Like a bit more of an original, or let's see. Because I know a lot of people think of the neutral one. Yeah, that's definitely my preferred. Okay, so I think it's Shitter Spinner is one of the ones I want to look at. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sacrifice a token. If you do, put an acorn counter on the squirrels you get. Control get +1/+1 for each acorn on this, and I can create a thing. Yeah, so I think this is one of the things I do want to add. So again, like, what I'm gonna be doing here is gonna be weird. I'm gonna probably be taking a lot of things out as I go. Lands definitely need to get edited a bit. But like, veto and some of that stuff might come out. The idea with this deck is to just create as much crap on the board as I can and have Yagra eat it all. In case anyone was confused with the philosophy of this deck was, I just want to feed the big cat. Gilded Goose is great. Let's see, I stayed up all night, on about random things. It's like 4 AM, so it's kind of went out. He wanted me to go to sleep. I didn't, yeah. Cat's where it's at, yeah. I mean, look, I stand by this. This was one of the first decks that I wanted to make, because like randomly when I was like very early on exploring the concept of this game, I came across this card and I'm like, I don't know why, but a big cat resonated with me. So, yeah, the entire purpose of this deck is feed big cat. It's a very simple game plan. When it enters, create a thing. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and I gain 1 life. Tempting. I think there's some keywords called forage for sacrificing foods. Yes, there are, and a lot of them are related to squirrels as well, which is definitely something I'm going to be wanting to utilize. That is not, like, that is very true. That's why, like, again, what I'm doing at the moment, because I still want to look up, right? I'm gonna quickly look this up. Bloom. Commander decks. Reprint. Head out for a bit. Gonna go to the store because I desperately need new candles. Pop back in later. Take care of yourself. To you as well. To you as well. So this is something that's really annoying. There was a Commander Precon reprint supposed to be happening. And I've yet to see it. Like, just straight up, that's one of the things that, like, has been bugging me something fierce. Because I want to get this recon so I can just toss it, like, mix it into Yagra's, deck so I can feed it squirrels instead of elves. Because, like, no offense to elves, but elves do not propagate as fast as squirrels do. What's my favorite mythology? It's a hard one. Like, genuinely, it's a really hard one to answer. Because, there's a lot. There's a shitload. That I enjoy. Like, a lot of the Shinto beliefs, really fucking awesome. A lot of Norse mythology is really interesting. There's also the mythologies around Maori. That's really fucking fascinating. There's a lot of Pacifica mythologies that are always really cool as well. You can kind of see from this, by the way, I was a huge nut for that stuff at one point in my life. I haven't really had the time to keep being a nut for it, sadly. But yeah. During your turn, artifacts you control are foods in addition to their other types and have this. So it's only during my turn they are that. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, create a 3/3 green raccoon creature token. And whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, put a 1/1 counter on each creature I control. Is that really that good for me? It seems decent. I should be able to ramp out of it pretty easily as well. I mean, Skull Clamp, yeah, it's like objectively one of those. If it's in the deck, then there's no reason I wouldn't want to grab it. It's just such an insanely good card. Sword of the Squeak, I don't think actually is that good for me. An additional cost to cast the spell, you may sacrifice one or more creatures. When you do, copy the spell for each creature you sacrifice this way. You draw a card and lose 1 life. It's an instant speed. That is pretty good. Sack a creature as well, right? So that triggers my sacrifice effects. That's really good. Draw 2 cards, create a treasure token. Deadly's Dispute seems actually quite nice. To be fair, I've got a lot of, like, really terrible cards here at the moment. Like, Baked into a Pie is not bad. I think that's probably gonna stick around. I do actually have this, Planeswalker as well. See if I can find it. But I have the, like, a foil version of it. Because it was super fucking cheap. Plum the Forbidden. Sack, what do you want at instant speed? It's pretty good. Especially, like, if a board wipe's coming. There's a lot of ways I could just kill someone from that, right? Whenever a creature dies. Yeah, I mean, like, one of the immediate things I can just point at is, what's her name again? Savara? Yeah, Savara. Whenever you sacrifice a black creature, you may pay 2 life. If you do, each other player sacrifices a creature, and then whenever you sacrifice a green creature, you may gain life. So you just, like, if there is a board wipe coming your way, you can just wipe their board. As well. But yeah, no, I've got this exact version but foil. I can probably show on camera quickly. It's not really that valuable, but hey, there you go. Foily version. Pretty. Also the way it copies instead of just making you draw that many cards. Yeah. It's pretty good. And like, that's the thing, losing life in this deck is... So, I'm trying to still find the way to make this deck feel a lot better. It's harder to counterspell. Yes, yeah. No, it means that you have to, because there's it would be stacking, right? It's kind of like trying to counterspell a storm spell, is you kind of can't. Once the storm spell's on the stack, it then just fucking ejects all of the storm triggers. So you can counterspell one of them. Better hope they don't have a lot of storm on there. Second Harvest. For each token you control, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. Second Harvest is really spooky. Oh, that's an instant speed too? Yikes. I think what I'm gonna want, I think I will take the Mirkwood Nexus. Or Maskwood Nexus, sorry. Put that in here. Because then I can do Swarmyard Massacre. Quite happily. Yeah, Plum Forbidden's just... The more I mull over it, the more I like the idea of it. Keep in mind, there's a lot of cards I'm quite happy to take out of this deck and put new ones in, because this is just the theory crafting version of it. I don't think I need Fane the Broker in this. I mean, it's a good sack outlet, but it's so slow. Like, one of the things I've come to like is cards like this, right? Where I can sack something basically as long as I have the mana. And it's not like the tap bullshit here. Because, like, the thing is, this is a dead card for a turn. That's the problem. I can't use Fane the Broker for one full turn, which sounds really like, oh, one full turn. So yeah, but like once I hit it, sure, I'll be able to probably do quite a shit, like a lot with this, especially with certain things. Like one of the cards, the card that Matthew gave me, Knight of Sweet's Revenge, has been, whenever I play this card, it is noticeable. This is a very scary enchantment. And if I'm gonna be creating more tokens, this is gonna get scarier. Like, there's a very real consideration, because I think I've got Accentuate in here already. Yeah, Accentuate. Like, that becomes kind of a solid play pattern. Because realistically, I could generate, like, I don't know, 30-ish fucking tokens in, like, a couple of turns. And but the problem is, like, if I'm gonna get that many tokens, if I don't get board wiped, I'm probably gonna have a way to kill them anyway. Because, like, if I have Knights of Sweet Revenge, Yagra on the board, and then, like, say, 40 tokens, and 2 black. Separate to that, I can just tap all of those because they're all food. And then, would you look at that, I now have like a X is 30 Exanduate, or X is 40. And I kill everyone at the table. But, like, I've also just tapped down everything and now... Yeah. I don't know. That could easily get counterspelled, or, again, board wipe before I get there. So I don't actually think Exsanguate's good. Because I don't think the niche case where it is good is not good. Like, it's a one-shot combo point. But I don't have that. The odd acorn gag. I need to actually start adding those squirrels in, because we need to start removing cards again. God damn it. Yeah, so I'm gonna take out Fane. Fane's just not good in this scenario, I think. I don't think we need Reclamation Sage. Especially now I've got some other removal for stuff. Solemn Simulacrum I might take out as well. I kinda like Tenacious Underdog. Seems pretty decent for now. But like, it's, again, like Vengeful Blood Witch is an example of one where I'm like, tossing up whether I'll need it or not. This is another one. Tireless Provisioner. This is good, but I'm not sure it's enough. Veto can probably come out, and so can probably Sanguine Bond. Because again, the deck's not huge about the healing to damage, and like Dina is a better usage point for that. I don't care about Squirrel Anthem. I kind of fine with squirrels dying. That's a speeder. Myriad. When Scurry of Squirrels deals combat damage to a player, put a 1/1 counter target creature you control. That's actually really interesting. Scurry of Squirrels might not be a bad one, just because it generates more shit that dies. When you sacrifice an artifact or a creature, put a 1/1 counter on the artifact or creature, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Ravenous Squirrel seems quite nice. So yeah, Scurry Squirrels and Ravenous, I'll add those two. Squirrels and Ravenous. Squirrel. What's this? Preposterous Innkeeper. When it enters, create a treasure token. When another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. I mean, that's a good card when I'm generating a shitload of stuff, and it gives me more token stuff to work with. Prosperous Innkeeper. I do... Heaped Harvest would be nice. And this one's really, really good. When it enters, create a food. At the beginning of each end step, if you sack a food this turn, if you've sacked a food this turn, you may search for a basic land, put it in the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Just kinda nice. I already suffer with my ramp a little bit. I don't think I need Buried Ruin in here, by the way. I do need more land stuff, though. I think I probably am going to take out a little bit of spells. I mean, Vivian Reed has been, like, super, super good for me. Because she gets a lot of, like, hatred on her and not on me. And she's also like a soft bit of draw. I don't know if I need reanimate. Preposterous Proportions is a very fun card in my deck, and I don't want to get rid of it because it's fun. Let's whisper. Grow from Ashes. I'm gonna get rid of Grow from Ashes, and I'm gonna put in Rampant Growth. I think. Because that's just gonna be slightly cheaper and more consistent. Right. Whenever another creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life. And yeah, good. When it enters, each player sacrifices a creature. Each player who can't discards a card. I mean, it's good, but... whenever a non-token creature dies, you may create a black rat creature token. Rats you control have death touch. Nah, we don't want rats, we want squirrels. When this dies, create X tapped green squirrel tokens where X is this power. So yeah, Nested Shambler, cool idea. Would be better than Infestation. Sage, I think it is? Yeah. But then it's flying on that one. It's just less synergistic with what I'm doing now. So, I'll come back to it. And that is Nightblade. Whenever a token you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life and I gain 1 life. I've got that in the deck already, and it's really nice. Morbid Opportunities. Whenever 1 or more other creatures you die, draw a card. Only once per turn. Okay. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, create a blood token. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a 1/1 counter on this card and I gain a life. Yeah. When it enters, create a food token, and then you may exile 3 cards from your graveyard. If you do, repeat this process. Sacrifice X foods, creatures you control gain X and gain menace until end of turn. That is an interesting win con. Squirrel Warrior. When it enters, put 1/1 counter on it for each other squirrel and or food you control. Whenever another squirrel or food you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on it. It's a big fucking dude for trample as well. Whee. I mean, it's an alt win con. I take those 2 out. Set me a bit better to work with. So who was that again? Fucking Honored, yeah, that one. Hazel's Brewmaster, Menace. Whenever it enters or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from my graveyard and create a food token. Foods you control have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with the Brewmaster. Interesting. How many activated abilities on creatures do I have that would be good for that? Like, Veto's probably coming out now. So I just don't see it working. Sacrifice it for that. Actually, that's not bad, though. Right? I can now sack foods for basic lands. wouldn't be horrendous. I can gain 1 life, draw a card. It's going to be pretty consistent. Sack 3 foods to draw a card. Create 1 green. Sack another creature, gain 1 life, draw a card. I could exile Hazel, so that's tap, pay 2 life, tap X untapped tokens, add X mana of any combination of colors at the beginning of your end step, create a token. That doesn't matter. But I could make a shitload of mana potentially. I can sack a food, put on counters, I can sack a food, draw a card, lose a life. I can create food tokens, I can sack them. I don't have an untap effect in my lot of stuff. If I had an untap effect, then I could potentially do something that would like infinitely generate me mana. And if I could infinitely generate mana, then I could do a lot of dumb shit. Actually, no, I do have untap. Because I have, Clock of Omens. But I don't have it on a creature, so I can only, there's some limitations to it. And I don't have haste, so it's either I get something that's a creature thing. Yeah. Whenever this dies, you gain life. Sacrifice the might. Exile target non-artifact, non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Vigilance, Trample, Hazed. When it enters other creatures control, get +2/+2 Vigilance and Trample until end of turn. Vanishing 3. This creature enters with 3 counters on it. Beginning, remove the time counters from it. When it's removed, sacrifice it. When the Deep Forest Hermit enters, create 4 green squirrel creature tokens. Eh. Chatterfang's one of the big stupid ones, right? Forest Walk. If there are if one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus that many squirrel tokens are created instead. And I can sack squirrels to and target creature gets +X -X until end of turn. So yeah, Chatterfang is one of those ones where there's a reason why it's like a high-end card as well. I don't think it was CEDH, but it was definitely high caliber. Pay 10 life, untap all lands I control, activate only once each turn. Beldorus Winterbloom. Is that a effect that's tied to... Ah, shit, I hit my phone. Tied to it, or tied to... the player. Doesn't state there. Let's go look at the Reddit. If you flicker him. If he gets replaced with a different thing, does it... can you triggered this. The card that enters the battlefield from exile becomes an entirely new creature with its own abilities and characteristics. Though, thought experiment. What does your intuition tell you about the scenario if instead of being exiled was unsummoned and then you cast that card again? That exact same rule governs both scenarios. What is unsummon? I wonder, would that be a card then that I could exile and then get the P10 life, untap all things, and I can just keep doing that? Wondering if he had two of them, if you can activate the ability twice per turn. I told him he had to get around the legend rule, but said once per turn is a static effect that he couldn't get around. However, I saw someone say if you blink a creature, you can use their once per turn ability again, so now I'm wondering if there's a third. In general, if you control multiple permanents with the same ability that say activate each such ability can be activated no more than once each turn. However, in general, if a legendary permanent enters the battlefield under your control while you control another with the same name, such as this, will send one of them, of your choice, to the graveyard as a state-based action. Play gets priority to activate the things. Here are the following cases. Okay, yeah, so... There's a lot of sources to work here. Let's go through this. I'm curious. On the battlefield, am I able to use the ability to untap my lands, then sack Belarus, and then use the ability again in the same turn? Yes, the ability of Belarus and the ability of the Ooze gains are not the same ability, so you can activate them. Take effect of each individual card in the graveyard or just specific effect. For example, if I for in the graveyard, can I then activate the effects of each one for each of the graveyard effect. If two or more of a given creature card occur among all graveyards, not just yours, the Grok Ooze will have all activated abilities, not effects, of each one of them. Thus, for example, if there are 4 Collect Translator cards among all graveyards, we'll have 4 instances of pay 1 life, add 1 thing, activate only once each turn. This way, and each such instance works separately. Cool. That is the answer I have been wanting. So that confirms very cleanly what I've been wanting to think about. So now with that card earlier, so I'm gonna put that in. Did I end up putting in the one that's exile? Can't actually remember because I can't remember what it was. Hazel's Brewmaster, that one. So that one's insane, potentially, because what happens, right? So now, if I do exile this, and exile this with Hazel's Brewmaster. Every food token has sack 10 life, or pay 10 life, and I untap all of the lands I control. Each individual one will have that. And the thing is, it doesn't tap it. So while I can't redo it on the same artifacts, I can do that and then say tap them for something else if I have a way of wanting to get life gain. So I do need to have potentially some more life gain in this deck than I currently do. Shatterstorm has a fucking green squirrel creature. Created a 1/1 green squirrel storm. Yikes. I don't think I'm gonna be able to storm off on this deck though. Draw a card for each creature destroyed this way. When you cycle this, all creatures get -2/-2. Destroy target non-land permanent and all other permanents with the same name as that permanent. That's not good to my deck, really. Choose 3. You may choose the same mode more than once, but target opponent sacks a non-token artifact. Draw a card for each creature I control. If you gain 4 life for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Swarmyard. Yeah, Swarmyard's probably going to be one I want to add. I don't think there's much else I change at this point. Like, I just want to have ways to generate more tokens, right? And more health. Toski's probably worthwhile putting in here as well. Ah, no. Okay. Now I'm in a real interesting state. Might take Wardens of the Cycle out for Toski. Cauldron Familiar. There's still so many easy ways for me to go infinite, potentially, on a few things. Trying to think, though, how I want to do some of it. So Solemn Simulacrum probably comes out at this point. I need more ways to heal. That's what I need. Because I think I'm using a little too much health for power right now. Bajuka Bog's already in there. Command Tower. Could make an Command Tower Evolving World's already in there. Exotic Orchard's not really that great for me. Golgari Rot Farm is one of the dual ones, right? Yeah, it's a bounce land. I like the Thrivings for now. Because the other infinite that I would love to put in here is the, is it Nuka-Cola vending machine, right? Because Nuka-Cola vending machine does go fully infinite for me. Whenever you sacrifice a food, create a tap treasure token, and then because of Academy Manufacturer, we all know how that goes, and because I have ways to sack out things easily, it gets very obscene. The benefit as well is everything's food for me. All my creatures are food, so sacking that means I get a shitload of treasure tokens as well, so I can sack out quite a lot of things, potentially. And I have a lot of ways of generating a lot of tokens. So yeah, that's just objectively one of those cards that probably should go in there if I was to take this a little seriously. The fun part as well is this is still estimating a bracket 2 for this deck. I'm gonna be honest. There is so many few more, like there's only a few more things I could do and this just becomes an infinite in like 4 or 5 different avenues. And that's the problem. That's why I'm like trying to go like, I'll have some infinites, but I'm mainly here for making the cat go fucking big. Phyrexian Arena could come out, but it's still just such a good draw engine. Same as Vampiric Rite. I'm actually going to take Reanimate out, and I'm going to put in, is it Village Rites? That's the spell I'm thinking of? Yep, that's the one I'm thinking of. Put Village Rites in. Snakeskin Veil, I kind of like still in this deck, because this is already in here, right? Giving instant speed hexproof is pretty nice. If I need to. We're gonna have a little bit more draw in this deck by doing some of these things. Path of Ancestry is not good for me. So Swarmyard is one of the ones I'll probably put in. Swarmyard creates colorless, right? Yeah. Landscape will come out. I've never cracked it. It's just too expensive most of the time. Tainted Wood is... into the battlefield unless you control a swamp or a forest. I mean, I'm gonna consistently do that, so yeah, Woodland Cemetery is not a bad bet. What am I leaning towards more? Both are actually very even. More on the black mana side now with this deck. Because I goes on more of the green mana side with the elves synergy. So I think I'm gonna take out Thriving Grove. They are nice, but... I don't know, the thrivings are still probably worth having in here overall. Llanowar Wastes is the, yeah, I think the rock farm would be horrendous in here now. I think that's basically it, right? I still think there's a very valid argument to get rid of Vivian. Because it's like, it doesn't help that it's draw, but revealing draw as well. So it means that people know a bit more. So 3 is where our main costs sit at. Yeah, 1, 2, and then 3, and then it drops back down quite heavily. We don't have a lot of high costs. Like our command is one of our big high costs. I think that Soul Cleave would be funny. Oh yeah, there's another thing I want to add, and I've added it to my current deck, and I think I do add it as well. How do I add it in? Hey Anoxy, how's it going? How's the moving? The moving and schmoving? Currently talking about cat deck and like what I would do to it if I actually finally got the fucking squirreled away precon, so I could just shove a bunch of squirrel bullshit in it. Just final bits and cleaning, unpacking now. Hell yeah. I mean, today I'm going to be doing a shitload of, like, cleaning, at the moment, flatmate's out for, a music thing, so. I'll vid call you later today, issue your space. Hell yeah, that'd be nice. But yeah, like, I'm just going to be doing cleaning and a little bit more packing. Because, yeah, I've not really got much I have to do at the moment. God, some stuff I can't talk about on stream is, but just know I have not had a pleasant time recently with a lot of things. One of the things is to do with the government. So, you know, I can't say shit right now about that. All you need to know is not fun times. It's been an annoying fucking week. Kinda sick of running around like a madman. Good news, everything will fit. Can talk later, gotta run. All good. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for letting me know. And I'll catch up with you later. Have fun with the packing and unpacking and cleaning and shite. That's always the fun part of that stuff, right? I wonder... I don't think there's much else I would change with this deck. I think it's, like, got a couple of avenues of winning that are fun. But, like, in fair ways. I think that's the main thing. Like, while I don't have untapped stuff, I would just, like... I feel like the way this deck sits, if I design it this way, is that, like, there's no excessive blowout turns. That's what I'm trying to think, like, do I want to just yoink out Hero's Downfall and put in, like, Eleanor for more land search? Or fucking the Soul Cleaver for funny? Actually, what's that other, to be fair, let's go look at utility artifacts here. Because yeah, Swift Boots is one of the ones I've added at the moment that I could add into this list. But yeah, like Shadow Spear was one that I was thinking about as well. Trample, Lifelink. Shortbow. Shortbow wouldn't be a bad one either. Cat jumps up and fucking eats the things in the air. Angels coming my way. No, cat eat. Sounds fucking hysterical. Actually it really does. I kind of want to add the shortbow just because of the imagery. If I do, I feel like... Yeah, so that can be Hero's Downfall comes out for shortbow. That sounds funny. See, okay, Scavenger's Talent is an example here of we could easily just go infinite from that, I think. Because I just need the level 2. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards, there is so many ways I could just generate enough shit to do that with. Right? Doubling Season is another argument as well. If an effect would create 1 or more tokens under my control, it creates twice that many tokens instead. If an effect would put 1 or more counters on a permanent, that's twice as many as well. Like, Doubling Season is one that's just like, if I had it, I would definitely put it in, but it's really hard to justify buying one. Oh yeah, I could probably take out Sanguine Bond at this point, right? Let's put in Scavenger's Talent then. Do I want Scavenger's Talent? Like, again, it's one of those ones that's really hard to decide. Grave Pack? Grave Pack would be insane. You know what would also be insane? Fucking, Black Market. Right? I think that's what it's called. Meat Hook Massacre. Meat Hook Massacre is actually way better than Scavenger's Talent. Permanents you control with counters on them have ward. If you put one or more counters on there. During your turn, artifacts you control are foods in addition. So this is one of the ones we is in the thing, right? So, artifacts are food. Alright, cool. Whenever you gain life for the first time, create a raccoon creature token. Whenever you gain life, do that. I feel like, again, we just need more ways of gaining life from all the dumb shit we're doing. Beginning of your end step, you may pay 2 and sacrifice a token. If you do, create a Rhino Warrior creature token. Stocking the pantry. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature you control, put a supply counter on this. Remove the supply counters from it to draw a card. It's not bad. I mean, Squirrel Nest probably should go in at this point. Well, because if we're gonna like mass untap our lands, it gives us a way of generating a token out of it each time at least. I think Tyler's Professional comes out then. Actually, no, Tenacious Underdog. Because yeah, with Tenacious Underdog, it's a great card, but I don't think it gets me anywhere in particular. I have so much draw in this deck. I have a fear that I will just kill myself with it. Right? I should have enough ways to like just generate too much of a lot of things. I'm just, yeah, again, my fear right now is that I generate too much draw. Not that I do like much other stuff, right? But like I generate too much draw and that just kills. Because a lot of my effects are not may draw a card, it is you draw a card. I do love Scurry of Squirrels though. I'm not gonna lie, that is a card that I would love to make in like a deck a bit more around. Scurry of Squirrels sounds so funny. But yeah, there's so many ways I would generate an excessive amount of tokens that I could theoretically just keep going with. It's genuinely the infinite combo, like the alt infinites that I have that aren't just like very much the direct like Witch's Oven, Cauldron Familiar, Clock of Omen sort of bullshit that I had already. I have a fear that like I die to them. And that sounds really funny. Oh yeah, Rancor. Did I don't have Rancor in here. I've considered it though. I mean, at the moment I've put Garruk's Uprising into my current version of the deck as well. Shadow Spear feels so tempting. Shadow Spear and Soul Cleaver sound so tempting. I think I've got too much sorcery speed as well. I don't think I need to read the books. Especially if it's going to be for the Trident. For this, yeah, the Soul Cleaver. I don't know what I need to do to change this from baby board right now. Those but then re-add it. There we go. Hey Matthew, how's it going? There we go. Alright. I think that's what I'll do with this now. I think that's the funniness that I have available to me. Well, these are tempting. Like, this would be so nice, but... ah, well. I think we can say no to those now. Oh, let it reorganize. There we go. I think the lands could probably be still cleaned up a little bit. I think, honestly, because we've got so much, like, basic land-orientated stuff, there's an argument to be made I take out Thriving more. Maybe. I still have fucking 24 basic lands in this deck. 10 of my lands are non-basic. Out of the 34. Good lord. Yeah, I think this looks funnier with the consideration of if I had the Bloomborough Commander and then willing to put in a little bit more money. I think that would be what I'd do to the deck. I feel like I've still got so much sorcery maneuvering, but not like... I feel like I don't have enough creatures, I'll be honest. I'm all about generating tokens, but I've got so many, or like things dying, but I've got so few creatures directly. Temple of Melee. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad bet. I agree with that. I agree with that, because that's the Scry one, right? Yeah. Yeah, that seems good. So again, like, this is with cards I have, or a couple of cards that I know some people have offered me. And then, like, obviously, Soul Cleaver and Shadow Spear and Nuka-Cola Vending Machine added in as well. And the rest of it's basically from the pre-con, right? So I think it genuinely looks like a funny, stupid deck. No, so what I was saying earlier, Matthew, and you'll probably enjoy the concept of this. So I think I've added another infinite combo to this. However, I might die before it triggers. Because, so I was reading up on stuff, right? And with, where is it? Hazel's Brewmaster. When it enters and attacks, exile target, one target card from your graveyard and create a food token, alright? And then foods you control have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled by this card. And then you've got Winterbloom. Baldora's Winterbloom, which has an activated ability of pay 10 life, untap all lands you control, activate only once per turn. Thing is, and this is what we looked up, the once per turn clause affects each individual thing that would be able to cast it. So each individual food has pay 10 life and I can untap all my lands. You see where this might be going. There is a lot of ways I can potentially really blow out the game. Like, I've also added Squirrel's Nest to it and all that. That's why Nadu was bad. Yeah. Yes, Nadu was very bad. Because, that was once per turn clause, but it was in, like, Azorius, wasn't it? So it was just like, oh, you're telling me... it was blue-white, I think was the commander, right? It was blue-white for Nadu. It's like, oh, you're telling me it's in the deck that had, like, the two colors that flicker the most? Oh, no. It was one of those ones where I had it twice per turn in Simic. That's right, it was Simic. I thought it was, yeah. But blue flicker, done, right? And, oh god, yes, Simic is already a problem in its own way. Like, the thing is, right, and I think I feel like I've got an accurate hold on this. Simic is a great deck for the fact that it's like, it does a lot of dumb bullshit. But the problem with its dumb bullshit is it's normally limited and very easily stopped. Like, a board wipe destroys Simic players most of the time. Because they'll, like, dump half their deck on the table at once, but they can't do shit from there. Like, they probably gained a lot of life and they got all this sort of stuff, but, like, once you just board wipe them, they're kind of like, fuck do I do now? I guess I'm gonna spend all of this time building my board again somehow, and then they'll do it again, and then they'll get board wiped again. But yeah, no, like, Squirrel's Nest getting untapped with that means I get more squirrels, which means that I get more, potentially with Yagra, more things that I can do, and it's one of, like, I've added, I think, a little bit more draw, but it's genuinely, I think I die before I get to use that way too much. So you're saying Simic players are Glass Moon? Yes. I mean, it's not inaccurate, right? Like, even the Simic deck I made ages ago, admittedly, so it's not that good. I mean, I've made multiple Simic decks, but like, okay, here I think is the most recent one, and this is like a Cascade one. Because it's Emodi is the commander. Like, this is probably an example of kind of the thing with Simic, where you've got like a shitload of bullshit that's gonna come out of your deck with like land drops and all that sort of stuff. But like, my instance, I've got mainly just more stuff to do myself. Like, sure, could I get some counter spells in here? Yeah. But like, goddamn. I mean, admittedly, I do have one with the multiverse and omniscience in this, so that's probably 2 cards that should come out. But it's just really funny, the idea, because you can get Cascade triggers off of those. I still stand by if I was to ever make an actual Simic deck, I think I'd make it from Bonnie Pool. Because I think Bonnie Pool's a fucking awesome deck. Like, I genuinely, I think Bonnie Pool's such a fucking cool card, and I really badly want to make a Bonnie Pool deck. Yeah, but no, this deck's terrible, but it's also like an example of what Simic is. It's random bullshit go and then die. It's like, I did my thing. I can leave. But yeah, so that's... I think this is what the deck would be upgraded to if I was to do that. I can actually do some of these upgrades right now, is the funny part, as well. Because, like, I've got Village Rites, for example, sitting there, and technically, as well, the Garuk Curse Huntsman's actually already in the deck. I don't have much protection for Yagra, though. Like, Yagra's... I'm trying my best to not make this deck all about, like, doing bullshit because everything's food, and is still more about just Big Cat getting big. But it's really hard because I don't like... Okay, my brain doesn't like Voltron commanders still a little bit. I don't know. Because I could add, like, because I have the fucking booties for the cat. Swiftfoot boots are in this deck currently. And that's kind of some protection. Don't see much evasion. I don't have much in the way of protection or evasion. Yeah. But to be fair, black and green aren't really what I would think of for evasive things. Like, I will say, this is a perfect deck for, like, the Sword of X and Y. Make a deck of food-related cards and enter tournaments with snacks relevant to what you play. Psychological attacks always carry 1 food snack. That would be potentially malicious. Goddamn. I mean, fun fact about tokens in Magic the Gathering. By tournament rules, you can use anything to represent a token. I believe there is a preference to cards, but I believe the ruling is you can use anything is legally acceptable as a representation of a token. So therefore, you could literally bring actual food items in as your food. Dude, I want to come in one day with like a bag of Skittles. And just like, I'm gonna eat a food and literally just eat the fucking Skittle. It's a bag of M&Ms or some shit. It sounds so fucking funny. Oh, fuck, imagine. I'm pretty sure some people would have a mental breakdown if I tried to do that. It's a warfare tactic. Yeah, I mean it is. Effective only in person. Yes. What I'm hearing is this is what I need to do like next week when I come in and I play this. That's true. There is an urban legend of someone getting, I think $5 as he asked the judge for something token to give him coins. Just keep him giving coins. I love that. Yeah, like, it's genuinely the rule of the game is that anything can represent a token. As long as it can stay on the board. No, what was the rules again? There's actually rules for this. I think it's like it can stay on the board. MTG token. Actually, I might need to look at tournament with that to get the right thing that we need. 'Cause it's gonna, Because, yeah, misleading. Misleading's the main thing I remember, right? Well, there aren't any rules regarding who prints tokens. Using magic cards as tokens not allowed, but people still use them. As a limited example. Yeah, judge can give tokens. Yeah, I think it literally needs to stay on the board, right? I think that's the rule. Here we go. This looks like it's actually got the things that I remember. Okay, you cannot use a token that misrepresents itself, so you can use anything neutral as an actual token card, a dry eraser token, a Pokemon card, a scrap of paper, even an unsleeved / differently sleeved card. In the last example, importantly, you can get a violation for using a card that has the same sleeve as your main deck because it looks like a Morphle Manifest. Yep. But basically, you can use anything as a token as long as, one, it does not disrupt play, so no beach towel, no pornographic, no buffalo chicken wing. Yeah, so probably hot foods is especially the case. Two, it does not misrepresent itself. A food token is an actual thing. It is not a zombie token. By contrast, a zombie token could be represented, e.g. either by a Pokemon card or a Yu-Gi-Oh card, because neither of these have a meaning within the game of this. Official tournament rules warning PDF. It would be would likely also fall within the umbrella of the unsportsmanlike conduct. Both of these argue. Because what are they actually arguing here? I couldn't create a 2/2 zombie creature token, put down a food token, and hope that my opponent misremembers that it is actually. Yeah, no, that is something that's wrong. But yes, no, I believe as long as it's not like a thing that can actually. You cannot. Wait a minute, I love this. You cannot use a beach towel as a copy of Chaos Orb. Oh, what a fucking explanation that is, because that's hysterical. Imagine. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's a Chaos Orb, it's gonna be this beach towel, I'm gonna toss the beach, oh shit, goodbye board. But yeah, a token can be anything as long as both players agree to it and relevant information is identifiable. Yeah, that's basically the main thing for it. So yes, I could just bring a bag of Skittles as my Yagdra deck every single time. Dude, I just love the idea that it's like if the fucking combos like go off too much and I make like 100 fucking food tokens, I'm just like, ah shit, I need to go buy more Skittles, guys. How do you tap a beach towel? That is a good question. Actually, how do you tap a fucking goddamn Skittle? Just have a pile of these are the tapped Skittles, these are the untapped Skittles. It's like, I play a copy of Yagdra on the board, it's my actual fucking physical cat. Such a stupid fucking thing. Just bring a shitload of chocolate bars, there you go. Oh my god, that would actually be horrendous. What's the third pile? Snacks! Yeah, exactly. Like, what's that third pile off to the side? It looks like it's not in play. Oh yeah, no, that's just my snacks for during the thing, if I don't get to eat my food tokens often enough. Yeah, I don't think I changed this deck any further than this. I think this is what I'm aiming for with it. I think this is a perfectly fun version of this deck. Like, it does its stuff pretty well. It is hugely about, like, just doing a lot of dumb shit with squirrels to sack as many of them as possible to make the fucking cat big. Big fucking cat. Big fucking cat. Alright. So, what I'll do later is I'll go through some of the cards I know I actually own that I've added to this list, and, like, clean up the version of this and have this basically... What is going to happen is this deck is going to slowly turn into this deck. As I go. It will just be a tracking progress, because I don't want to go through the pile of cards right now, I'll be honest. To get everything out. Like, I'll just say that openly. I'm lazy. Say what you want. But I will openly admit there are some cards in here, like, again, Nuka-Cola vending machine, that is just expensive as fuck. But it's one of those things of, it gives me avenues to play. And that's the aim that I wanted to do with the squirrels. Squirrels are avenue play patterns that I can do a bunch of dumb shit with, and potentially have, like, some of those turns that are those pop-offs and have fun. I still think that it's, like, a very telegraphed play, though. Because, like, if I have Academy Manufacturer or Nuka-Cola vending machine, well, both, really. Like, sure, I can do an infinite potentially somewhere with that. There's several ways to do an infinite there, right? Because it's fucking whenever I sacrifice a food, that treasure token, and then like if Yagra's on the board, there's so many ways for me to go infinite, doing whatever the fuck I want. Especially if I have, like, anything for token removal. I mean, again, like, Mirkwood Backs, Nightblade, right? Any of that stuff. It's like, oh no. Fucking Plunderer. Now, this brings me back to, so, I said I had 2 decks I wanted to work on that I actually, like, things. And then a couple that I want to finish off and design for. The other one was... Which one was the other one? Oh, yes, that's right. I did kind of want to look over the Surveil deck, didn't I? Because I think the idea was I was going to look at the Yagra deck, then the Surveil deck, and then we'll look at, like, the Dragonflight and the Owl Cards deck. And then that was the aim. Think. Because I wanted to look at this deck and see what I want to change about it. I believe this is the current version of the deck. God, there's so many creatures. Is this the current version of the deck? Yeah, no, that does seem like the current version of it. Having a moment. Trying to figure out still quite what I want to do with this deck. Because I like it being the kind of mid-rangey sort of thing it is. But I just feel like I don't do enough with it sometimes. Like, it just kind of stutters and falls apart. Which deck was you? So, what do I want to do to this if I was to do stuff? And I want to keep its power level kind of similar to this. I just want it to be consistent, or more consistent than it currently is. That's what I think I'm aiming at with it. So I think that's the problem with it currently, is that it's just not quite there in what I want for a few things. So what am I looking for exactly? Yeah, that's kind of the... Admittedly, that's kind of the problem. I don't know fully. It's like, I'm trying to think what about the deck I currently enjoy the most, and what I want to improve. Because I like the fairly consistent surveil top deck manipulation part of it. I feel like I want more stuff to then deal with recursion. But, like, the problem is, with that argument, is it's like, okay, so at what point in time do I want to do more around recursion, but then I lose, like, the cards I want to bring back? Because, like, Massacre Worm's a great example. Does this fit in this deck anymore? I don't know. I could make a very valid argument, it does not. And then the mana is normally too low for me to consistently be able to play out a lot of my big stuff, which makes me need to bring it back. But I don't really have a lot of great stuff to be bringing back most of my time. And this is where it comes to the point of, like, I still wonder if I should be sticking to only Dimir for this deck. Or if I should get a new commander to give me some more color options. But I really like Mirako, he's just really fun. It's just the problem is that, like, it's a bracket 2, but it's probably, like, fucking bottom of the barrel in terms of actual play pattern. So I'm wondering if it's like Mill that I need to lean in more to, instead of just Surveil, and then have better Mill synergy. But I like, yeah, this is where I'm like, I'm not sure what I actually want out of this deck, because that's why I think I've not got a great answer. I would probably pick up Obsessive Stitcher, switching out the Broker. Alright, let's have a look at that. Draw a card, discard a card, sacrifice this, return creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Switch out for Broker. So you wanna know why Feign the Broker is in here. And this is one of the things that, like, I've slowly started adding more cards for. It's a second tap effect of Feign the Broker. That's why he's in this deck, genuinely. That is the rationale. So, to explain what I mean by that is, it's remove a counter from target creature you control, create a treasure token. What is it? What are counters? Finality counters. Now that's good. Yeah. I want to add a couple more of those, but the problem is that, like, most of the ones I've found are just... they're not easy to find, sort of thing. Apparently that goes into hashed index. And if you discard a non-land card, you may cast it from your graveyard. Interesting. The ancient one was one I did look at one point as well. Draw a card, discard a card. When you discard a card this way, target player mills equal to its mana value. It's pretty good. Because, like, yeah, Glab Calamity's Augur is a perfect example of a card that could helm this deck and be incredible. But I don't know if that goes in the direction of what this deck's trying to do anymore, then. Because, yeah, like, so what I was doing with the deck for a little while, and Copy, Crook, and Clever Impersonator is an example of this, is that I can I can use Mirako to bring these back without any effort. They just come back and they are these cards. Like that, it's super, super easy because it's just like, I don't even need to counter a Mirako to bring back most of the copy effects in the game, like like these ones, because most of them are 0/0s. Because yeah, like Sphinx as the second sun doesn't really do anything in this deck for me. Realistically, like I get a couple more Surveil triggers, but like I've never actually played this card, I don't think. And I very rarely get Mirako to like 7 and have like enough crap in my graveyard to be worthwhile. That's why I think, like, I'm struggling to just find the direction I want to take this deck in, because it's just, yeah. So I'm drawing that deck. Funnily enough, it's part of the pre-con. So I fucking know. I'll never understand myself, that's fair. Yeah, no, like, if you think it's stupid having this card in this deck, realize it came in this deck. Like, it just starts there. It's honestly how some of the worst cards are in this deck, are they just not being removed at this point. Because, like, one of the ones I added, for example, that's also a 6 power, is Troll, except it has Swamp Cycling, which makes it kind of better. So it means I can put it in the graveyard pretty easily, for just benefit. Yeah, like, that's why I'm even looking at the Tomb Mystic as well, and just going, like, I could make this like a Cycle Surveil deck really easily, and it'd go really well for that. I'm gonna sleep. Fair enough, kid. Have good rest. Have good dreams, as they say. Because yeah, like Doom Whisperer, Unshakable Tail, Case of the Shifting Visage. I admittedly, I've never been able to get Case of the Shifting Visage to activate, because the only times I've played it, I died like right after. So I've never actually played with it active. It's in the deck though. It's a good card as well if it ever gets used. Yeah, whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell. That brings me to the kind of point again of like, I want cards I can play. I want cards I can cast, because otherwise Case of the Shifting Visage is just bad. Right? Like, it's supposed to be a creature-heavy deck. It is very much the case. Let me quickly look up a deck that I saw the other day. That was on YouTube, so I can actually find it. It was a deck that interested me, and it's just like got me thinking about the mill strategy more. I think it's the wrong colors from memory. I think the one I'm thinking of is Golgari, actually. Ironically enough. But nonetheless, it should get me in the direction of fine. I think this is it, right? Yeah, so it is Golgari, so it's less useful by that argument. Where did that deck go? And it's also doing something a little different as well. Yeah, like Wondrous Crucible. That might not be a bad fit. But the problem is I don't recurse artifacts, like, at all. That's why Winter's good, because Winter does bring back artifacts. So playing to an artifact thing is good. Eesh. there's not enough I can really do with this. Right? Ooh, could put this in. This would probably be a solid one. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, each opponent loses 1 life for each card type amongst those types. That would count for Surveil. Then, whenever you unlock this door, mill 3 cards, then return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That would probably be a solid card to add. Alright, let me set up a clone deck of this. So I can actually start editing. Because I want to keep, like, one of them I want to keep as the deck list itself. And one I want to actually be able to mess with. So if I go after that... If I'm going for that, so that means I'm probably going for a heavily, like, dump shit into my graveyard kind of deck, right? Whenever a creature you don't control dies, return it to the battlefield under your control with additional 1 counter on it at the beginning of the extensive. That creature is a black zombie in addition to its other types. Yeesh! That's rough. Eldrazi Conscription. See, again, the problem is that, like, I believe this is at the beginning, so let me look at this one again, because this is, again, winter being winter, right? Beginning of your end step, you may exile any number of cards from your graveyard with 4 or more card, there's a graveyard with 4 or more card types among them. If you do, put a permanent card from among them into the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Yeah. That's permanents, this is creatures. Got that in your 3-dog deck? That's a spooky one. Animate Dead is, I think, one of the cards I've sold, which was in this deck. I still don't understand why the fuck an Animate Dead has, like, some of the most complex fucking text in the world. Because it's literally just, like, bring back something from the graveyard with this aura attached to it, basically. I believe that's the shorthand of what it's doing, from memory. Chains of Mist. You're making me want to go look that up. Give me a second. Let's look at this card that you're saying, because I want to see how painful it might be. Oh god, it's a $14,000. What? Or 1,400? What the hell? Right. Oh god, the text is so small. Alright, enchantment. Every time a player draws a card, that player must first discard a card from his or her hand. If there are no cards in player's hand, take top card from the library, place it in the graveyard instead of drawing. This enchantment does not apply to the first card drawn by a player during their draw phase. Okay. Look up the flowchart to understand it. I mean, I think I understand it, but it's still really fucking stupid. The fact that I put space and I just see flowchart. Wait a minute. Wait, what is this image? Player draws a card. Is it a draw step? Are they drawing their first card? Yes. Draw the card. No. Yes. +2 cards. Does that player have card in hand? Yes. Do you pay the 1? Discard a card, then to draw a card. Then you lose the city's blessing. Wait, what? Do you have the city's blessing? Why is that even relevant? What is going on with this fucking? I know it's behind my head, but like, what the fuck is going on to this? What is that image? Do you have Sensei's divining top? The fuck is that? Why is there there's an actual card that has the chart on it? If a card is drawn, is it a neutral draw? Yes, draw a card. No. Are you holding any cards in your hand? Yes. First discard a card, then draw a card. No. Place a card on... This can't be real, is it? No, it's an altar, thank God. I was about to say, that would have been an amazing card to actually have them print. I would have fucking loved that. That should be a secret list. So stupid. Real talk though, that should be a secret lit. That is the shit they need to do for secret lit. That's fucking hysterical. So many enchantments. I do like this one. Alright. We're definitely removing the Sphinx. The flow chart is a secret layer. Dude, it would be so good. Like, genuinely, I think that would be fucking hysterical. Watcher of Hours is an interesting one, by the way. I still don't know if I like this card. Because, like, I've played it a few times, and it's decent. I'd buy it. Dude, it would be great. But yeah, no, like, I like Watchers of Hours in this deck. So this one is just, like, it's a flying ward 3. And then whenever you remove a time counter from it, while it's exiled, surveil 1. And then it has suspend. So for suspend 2, it's good. Like, it's 2 mana to get a thing out that, like, sure, 6 turns, it gives me a 6/6. I don't give a shit about that. It's 6 turns, at the beginning of my fucking turn, I get a surveil 1 trigger. It's a fairly consistent surveil 1. It's better than most of the fucking enchantments for surveil. Most of them sit at that same cost or fucking nothing. So I actually like it. The problem is Whispering Snitch. Whispering Snitch is a perfect example of why this deck is just so close to being really fucking good, but not enough. Whenever you surveil for the first time each turn, Whispering Snitch deals 1 damage to each opponent and I gain 1 life. What is the reason why I say this card is so good? This is so close to being good. So close to being good. fucking once per turn clause. If that didn't have the once per turn clause, I think it's... You could increase its mana cost, but it would be fine, I feel. Is there ways to infinitely do surveils in a turn? Sure, but like, there's ways to do infinite bullshit anyway. There's no way to infinitely flicker off of a fucking thing hitting the graveyard, is there? Okay, I definitely want to add this though. This was the whole point of this endeavor. I was trying to find cards like this. I'm not gonna lie though, Winter does like sit there as a card that I would play probably. Which pisses me off as well, because it's been like an available option to buy so many places for so long, because nobody fucking wants it. In fact, I think, is it still for sale at our LGS? Because I know it was on the shelf for fucking ever. If it is, I'll fucking buy it at this point, I think. Also, I hate the way this site's laid out now, because it's so fucking broken when you're like messing with the ratios. As you can see here, the colors are fucked. It is still there. Death Toll is still sitting there. For 90 bucks though, a little steep. How, okay, real talk moment. What is the difference between that deck and what this deck has? The Judd Winter. The Judd Winter. I'll have a look at this. Mine are pretty cool. Because I assume there's like a lot of cards in here that aren't in the original. Because this is sitting at like $500. Oh, that's the maybe board. Oh, I gotta keep that in mind. I mean, that fucks with the cost as well. Okay, yeah, so a lot of these got added, like that one. Creatures you control have flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, and protection from black and red. Yikes. Is this it? What are you talking about? No. That's an Aether Drift one. What's this one? Artifacts you control have ward, pay 2 life, exhaust, exile X artifact from your graveyard. Each other non-artifact creature gets --/ until end of turn. Okay. That's an interesting one. Randomly found that. Alright. There. Whoop. No, it did not want to. This is one you're talking about? What is this? At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws 2 cards. Delirium. As long as there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, each opponent's max hand size is equal to 7 minus the number of those card types. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. That one's rough. Because that's just, yeah, it's 7 minus at minimum 4. So people either have 3 or less card types, right? Or 3 or less cards in hand with that effect active. They do get to draw 2 additional cards, but you know, that doesn't really help when their hand is gone. Black, red, and green. What would you play that commander like? What are high synergy cards it suggests? I mean, yes, Sprawling Crawler, surprise, surprise. It can go to 0. Yeah, no, I know. It's like, that's why I say it's a minimum of removing 4 from hand. Is what I kind of meant, right? It's like, you can go to 0, but it's like, at minimum, they're gonna have like... the weakest version of its effect it can go to is -3, but then it can go to -2, minus... Oh, sorry, it will be having 3 in hand, having 2 in hand, having 1 in hand, or having 0 in hand. Those are what you have when it's activated. My wording on it has been terrible, I apologize. Make it a Tamara Golf deck. Dude, I still think 6 would be really fun to play. Every time I see Scott play it, I'm like, damn, that looks fun. Oh, look, you put winter in the winter deck. There are 10 card types in Magic? Yeah. I do know about that, because, one of the ones that screws people up is, Battle. Battle exists. Battle's the one that people forget the most, if I recall. Do I want another fucking precon? I kinda don't, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm already planning on buying more precons in the near future with, Dragonstorm. Like, I kinda wanna get one precon from that, maybe. I'm not sure which one yet, though. I don't think I wanna make that deck. Yeah. But I do think I want to learn from what this one's doing. That's the thing I do want to say. Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instance or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I don't have ways to do this, yeah. You lose 1 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest in the graveyard. Your opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power amongst creatures that control that player controls, and each opponent may discard a card. If they don't, they lose 3 life. Repeat this process 6 more times. Yeesh. Yeah, I don't think there's much else I can really learn from this deck. Other than, like, very obvious, hey, would you look at that, a fucking, one of the channel cards is good. Magic. I can see enchantments I can look at a bit more of. Ripple of Undead. Beginning of your pre-combat main phase, build 3 cards, and you may play pay 1 and 3 life. If you do, put a card from among those cards into your hand. Yeah. We'll get a peek at the cards coming up soon. Yeah, no, I know. That's why I'm like trying to do my best to slow down with anything magic related. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest. So that's gonna be one of the decks I might as well pull it up now. One of the decks I want to work on the most is the Dragons deck. Because I want to make, like, 1 or 2 Dragons decks, try and get a couple of the cards now before the expansion hits. And, that I know I would want to get and not have anything change that kind of perspective. Dragon's obviously one of them. Like, Dragon I want to try and get as soon as I can, because the price is going to go up hugely when Dragonstorm comes out. It's already going up, if I recall correctly. But I really want to play an Dragon deck at this point. Like, that's one of my... I think I've said this before, but, like, when I was getting into Magic, right, which isn't a very, very long ago story, mind you, but when I was getting into Magic, I basically sat there, and one of the decisions I made was I was going to probably be very much a Kindred style deck, which is kind of true. If you actually look at the vast majority of the decks that I play, they're kind of a Kindred concept. So Surveil is very Surveil triggery and all that. It's not really got a Kindred thing, it's just got the Surveil synergy. But like Zambi's zombie cards. And then like the Savara one, it's either being elves or it's going to be squirrels, right? Like I'm very consistent with having a theme for the deck and sticking with the theme. Not really splintering off, which is normally to my detriment. Because as we learned from some of the design things, if you create a wide enough net, but not and like create some added value points and improvement in certain ways, yada yada yada, a deck gets significantly better, much quicker, right? Dragons was one of the ones that I sat there, I'm like, okay, if I play the game, what do I want to play? And vampires were like the big talk at the time when I started because Bloodthirsty Conqueror had just come out because it was Foundations. And there was still like a lot of black cards that I was looking at that looked really, really good. Dragons aren't predominantly black at face value. Like typically in the black color. Hey you devil, how's it going? But the truth of dragons is that they're a little bit of everything. In fact, they're one of the only factions in the game that is consistent at being a little bit of everything. Vampires are pretty much consistently black and white and red. Very, very heavily are they. However, it does not stop the fact that there are vampires in other colors. Fuck, Mirako is a vampire, he's in fucking Demir, right? And that's why Dragon's so tempting, is because it is, you get all the colors, you get to do what you want now. So, you know what, let's skip over the Surveil. I'm gonna skip straight to the deck that I've been really wanting to work on. I'm gonna make a copy of it. Because I'm gonna keep this one around as like a phantasmal idea that will never occur. But this is the Dragonflight deck. This is one that I've shown before, and just ignore the price at the top because that's kind of why we need to change it. I need to make it more feasible. This is the Dragon deck that I envision me wanting one day. Kind of taking into consideration a couple of cards that have been teased for Dragonstorm, but not much else to work with, right? So the immediate thing is, it has OG dual lands, which is one of the biggest problems. Is that immediately is where, like, pretty much 80% of the cost comes in. If you look at, like, if we do use the price up here for a moment, this is 7.5 K USD. The lands alone are about 6K USD. And that's just probably because of the fact that there is actual lands in here that cost $1,000 each. Right? So, let's make a copy of this and try and fix this deck. And make it, like, a little bit more reasonable. So it becomes a point of, how do I resolve the land problems? Now keep in mind, the price is still going to be quite high because, like, some of these are variants that are, like, the slightly more expensive versions, like Birds of Paradise. Because if I was to do this deck seriously, I would chase the, like, good versions. Smothering Tide's a great example. This is not the Smothering Tide I should go after. We should go after something like, I don't know. Oh, for God's sakes. It fucking broke. This one. Would you look at that? I went down to $40. Right? Like, that's an example of, yes, this deck has some cards in it that are more expensive. I mean, fuck, it's got the Miku Swan song that I still fucking want to get, but I don't think... Is that still available? Fucking, what is it called again? Secret Lair. Because I know the foils still hadn't sold out last time I checked. And I wouldn't be against buying, like, the Japanese version if I, that's still available and the English one isn't. I still want to get it. I still want to get all the Miku cards. Just because collecting. Come on. Fucking load. There. Yeah, it's sold out. That's not surprising. Japanese one sold out though. It is not. I would probably buy that then. Because I understand enough Japanese and I know what the cards would be. It's not even saying like stock low. That's kind of tragic. But yeah, okay. We've shown that. So this is us cutting costs. So I will just quickly. I think I can do. Where is it? Optimize printings. Cheapest. Cool. We massively reduced the cost there. We went from how much? 7.5 to 3.5 just by doing an optimization on costs. Goes to show exactly how much of a difference that can make easily. But the OG lands are still fucking bullshitly expensive. The problem is that there's also OG lands that aren't legal, and I need to keep that in mind. There's a lot of OG of those that are just like considered non-legal variants. That's a non-legal variant. As an example, this is not legal. And if you're gonna ask why, I believe if I recall correctly, the backs of those cards aren't the normal Magic back. They're like the celebration thing, which makes them non-legal. I looked because they are significantly cheaper, and I was like, ooh, I could consider this, but then I looked it all up, and it was like, oh no, these aren't legal. I fucking wish they were. So, what needs to happen is the OG lands need to come out then. They're just not gonna find a good version. Well, that one is Plateau. Tiger. Tundra. Underground Sea. Tropical Island. And Volcanic Island. So I just lost 10 cards and went down about 2 and a bit K. That is, again, an example of how spenny those cards really are. But now I need to consider how am I dealing with this, because I need to replace those 10 lands. I need to replace those 10 lands with stuff that can be fetched by land types, because we've got stuff like Nature's Lore, Farseek, and 3 Visits. Which leaves me with, what's it? Surveil Lands, which is still a really expensive alternative. What card in here? I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one of the ones from Dragonstorm that I saw, and I'm like, yeah, that would go in here. Exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. It is an enter effect, which makes it really good with this deck, because this deck likes pulling dragons out for free. As well as basically artifacts is what it's gonna hit, right? So non-land. I mean, there's a couple of things it could hit, right? For the dragons. Not much. Stuff like Migda, I think, and is there much else? Birds of Paradise, Bloom Tender. Pharaoh Elder. A lot of my mana ramp, basically. That's the thing, is like, that just generates enchantments or mana ramp back for me. And that just sounds great. A way of getting a little bit of that sort of stuff back, and especially with this kind of deck where I've already got really heavy costs and really great ways of just slapping a dragon onto the board, it seemed really wise. It's also flying Vigilance, which is nice. Like, the Vigilance is quite good. And it is a pre-con based one as well, so as long as something weird doesn't happen, the price of it could probably stick around $6. So, I need to bring up the list of Surveil lands, though, I think. It's just gonna suck, because they're gonna come in tapped. It's gonna slow this deck down a lot. Because this deck's already super slow. That's the fear I have with this, is that, like, no matter what I do, this deck's gonna be really slow. That's why the OG lands were so nice for it. Because those came in untapped most of the time. They're just, like, double... They're 2 basics slapped into 1 card. It's fucking insane. But yeah, we've got like 2 or 3 ways of giving mass haste as well. I know we've got 2 enchantments for it. Rhythm of the Wild, things can come in with haste, or Temor Ascendancy, where they can, creatures I can control have haste. Just really fucking strong cards. For this kind of deck especially, where I'm slapping down big fucking dudes. Swing, kill someone. I just like dragons, my man. I like dragons. Dragonies? But yeah. I hope it's understandable why I say, like, I need to, like, work on the land base and all that stuff from it. I really want this deck to work. I really, really want this deck to work. Because so this is one of those times where, why didn't I think of dragons earlier when I was starting it? So, as I've mentioned this before, the reason I didn't make a dragon deck earlier in my, like, look at Magic the Gathering is because I thought everyone would play dragons, because dragons are some of the coolest things ever. I have fought, like, a total of 4 or 5 dragons in my entire time playing. Not dragon decks, dragons. Not many people play dragons. Because they're normally big fucking unwieldy things that aren't easy to get out. I did look at a set of proxies, by the way, that I would 100% get, and I would put in this deck, but I can't play that deck anywhere then. Right? Let me... I want to give free advertising. That's the thing. No, I'm not going to show them. I just know that there is a set of proxies for all of, like, the Sveil, Fetch, all of the, like, core lands. And I loved the design of them so much. I genuinely want to get them. But like I said, means I wouldn't be able to play those decks in any official settings, which I don't want to. So, okay, to explain why I am avoiding proxies as much as I am, there are so many circumstances that aren't very clear that they're official settings. And there are some people that are very against proxies, that it's just easier to not make more decks than it is to potentially navigate the weirdness around that. Because, like, could I make an entire Dragon deck out of proxies and be able to make it for, like, 200 bucks, right? That's including shipping, printing, everything. Yes, I could do that. But that now puts me in a really awkward position with anyone that would want to play against that, because now they'd go like, Each creature type has its thing. Yeah, each creature type has its kind of thing going for it, and most of the time, I'll be honest, I see people playing for mechanics. There are people play for mechanics less than Kindred most of the time, which is something that, like, my brain doesn't still like that much. Like, I like playing for a couple of mechanics, but I still, like, design them with Kindred in mind. Like, I try and find a way to make all of them feel like they're from the same sort of thing. Proxy tokens are fine. Well, I mean, we were talking about that earlier. It doesn't matter. A token is a token is a token is a token, and nobody gives a shit what the token is as long as the token represents the thing. Like, that's why I've said in the long term, I plan on making some of my own tokens, for proxies and stuff. I mean, that's why one of my aims, if I get the Hashton deck more to what I want, as a joke, what I'll do is I'll print out every creature in that deck as a proxy for the tokens. And I'll make it sure, like, they're very obviously, proxies, right? And tokens. Because I'll make, like, all of them 4/4 black zombies. Okay, so this brought the price back up by, like, $200. Yeah. Like, the Everywhere token is $6 USD and probably needs some amount of them. Oh, yes. I mean, that's why Scott just literally has, like, a bunch of shit that he stashes into his things, right? For, some of that stuff. No, that's the everything counter, sorry. I'm thinking of. But yeah, no, the everywhere one, I know that that's rocketed up in price. I know there's certain tokens that have also done that. I know there's some with emblems, especially. Emblems are just like, it's hard to get a thing for an emblem because like, unless it came in a pre-con, you're probably not getting the fucking emblem. Like, I know I don't have Garuk's one or Vivian Reed's one. I'd like to fix that at some point. I'd like to get emblems for those two. Or the Slug, which is $8 USD. Yeah. Or Shrines. Shrines were also one. Coma Coil was pretty bad for a while. I've got one of those sitting somewhere myself. From Foundations, I think. That's a cool looking Cavern of Souls. Why is that a cheaper side? That's a cool looking one. But yeah, I don't know what else I would change about this deck, really. If anyone's got, like, ideas towards this fucking dragon deck, what could be done to, like, maybe muck around with how it plays, but I just don't think there's much I can do. I think it's just a deck that I will slowly whittle away at after I've got my PC sorted. I do want to get an Ur Dragon, though. Have the stream in the background? Yeah. I mean, that's the best way to have it, right? Just relaxing with my voice in the background. I feel like I've got a good voice. $8 for the Secret Lair version. The Secret Lair version looks so good. Dude, I still want to make a Ghost Shintai deck as well. Again, you'll see very quickly, a lot of the decks I want to make the most are Kindred decks. Like, Kindred just feels like my style of play. Whereas it's like, the deck kind of has that cool overarching sort of group theming. Like, don't get me wrong, I like my Yoink deck, which is just everything trying to steal shit from you. Thievery on guard, right? But, like, I don't know. I like things working together. What are you talking about in the Discord over there? I'm seeing pings. CD, what the fuck are you on about? Alright. Yeah, I think dragons are something that I'm gonna lean towards a little bit more if I can. Sorry, cat. I understand. I understand all too well. Yeah, because one of the things that, like, immediately might pop up, by the way, someone could point out about this deck, that I don't have, like, those things that reduce the dragon's cost more. Because there are, like, a couple cards that I know of that I could add in. But it's just, like, gonna be real with you, Chief. I don't need more ways to cheapen them out. They're already fucking cheap enough with everything, and I'm gonna ramp like a fucking lunatic with this deck as well. It's the idea. Crawled through your window? Ooh. Because, like, I'll probably be able to get out, like, a couple of things, and once I've got one, like, creature down, there's probably an easy enough way for me to just generate bullshit after that. I mean, Great Henge is a great example. Haha, great. Is like the vast majority of my cards are going to reduce it to being like fucking what? 5 mana is like some of the cheapest. It's gonna like the worst it's gonna be. The rest of it's gonna be like fucking 3 2 mana. Dude, I love Tiamat. Tiamat's gonna be stupidly funny in this. I'm sorry, I'm kind of running out of dragons. Let me go fix that. Like, this is a deck that's not gonna have a hand. I can say that for damn certain. Once I've started playing cards, I'm gonna run out of cards so quickly. I like Tiamat's lore. What's Tiamat's lore in MTG? I wonder. Is it fucking... Because all I've got there to work with is just the... My children will rule over all. Right. I mean, it's a dragon god, so I assume that it's basically like the origin of dragons, or somewhat of the origin of dragons. I don't think there's much I can do with this deck, yeah. Like, the more I keep looking at it, the more I'm like, I don't think there's a part I can take out that's gonna hurt, that won't hurt it, or... God for Draconic Evil and creator of the Chromatic Dragon. Ooh. But yeah, like, also, I want to point out, there's only 2 counterspells in here, I think? Right? Yeah. And one of them's Swan Song, because I just want to get the Hatsune Miku version. Like, that should give you an idea of how, like, I've built this deck. But I don't think I can take anything out without just fucking the deck more. Like, even Bladewing Risen, right, is like, I get more fucking dragons from the graveyard. When it enters, you may return target dragon permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. Hell yeah. He has a brother known as the Platinum Dragon Bahamut, who is the god of draconic good and the creator of the Metallic Dragon. Hmm. I don't think Bahamut's in here. Is Bahamut a card? I think I'm making me question if I've seen one. I don't think I have. Tiamat is also currently on the first layer of hell. Sounds about right. There is Acolyte of Bahamut. Which is just a background. Commander creatures you own have the first dragon spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Form Grandmaster of Flowers. What a fucking pompous little shit. As long as you have the... let's see. As long as your monster has 7 or more loyalty counters on him, he's a 7/7 dragon god creature with flying and indestructible. Target creature without first strike, double strike, or vigilance can't attack or block until your next turn. And then +1, search your library and or graveyard for a card named Monk of Open Hand, reveal it and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. The bird around him, an ancient gold dragon in the war. Ooh. Top Commanders tier map. How do you feel about that? It's mildly funny. So Monk of the Open Hand. What was that one? Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a 1/1 counter on Monk of the Open Hand. So, real, like, kind of question moment. Why have they not done more with Bahamut? Because, like, I feel like they could do more with him, right? But it doesn't seem like a card that, for any reason, they would not do more with. I guess they've just not had more opportunities to work with Tiamat and Bahamut. Would they... what kind of universe do they stick with? They wouldn't be coming out in the new expansion, right? Next to the Tarrasques? Yeah. These are from D&D. True. But, like, there's no reason they can't do more D&D stuff, right? Because they own D&D. This is one of those times where, like, I feel very confused as to why they've, like, done only a little bit of some of it and not the rest. I don't know, like... I feel like there's so much more they could be doing with that, personally. Created the chromatic like red, blue, and black, Bahamut made metallic like gold, silver, and brass. Ah. Okay, okay. Got it. I don't think I've got anything but the copper dragon in here anyway. I think that's one that would go in as part of that stuff, from memory. Which there's an argument to be made about Copper Dragon in this deck, by the way. I will openly accept why the fuck is the Copper Dragon in here. But, like, I kind of want to make a shitload of treasure. Can you blame me? So what I'm hearing is I've got a very evil dragon's dick. Because I've got the Tiamat and dragon shite going on. Like, how evil is your dick? Yes. Yeah, this is the problem with this deck, is I just don't know what I could tinker with it at this stage without playing it. Just killed by Tiamat, living through the psychic power of the gem dragons. God damn. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, you want to hear something that made me chuckle? So while I was looking at like some of the art stuff for dragons in Magic the Gathering, because I was like looking up styles and shit. I saw proxies, right? Because surprisingly enough, proxies will turn up. And I saw a bunch of Dragon proxies that were like really funny to me, because one of the ones I saw, for example, was like Deathwing from World of Warcraft. And this is where I get to flex my lore knowledge. Why the fuck is Deathwing there? Like, seriously? There is an actual progenitor dragon that exists in fucking World of Warcraft that's been dead, like, the entire fucking time. I'm blanking on their name right now. But there is a progenitor dragon. But no, they keep putting fucking Deathwing there, where Deathwing is literally just a fucking, one of the color dragons. That's it. He's just the leader of a faction, and he went batshit insane because he was driven to insanity because of the Elder Gods. And he was sent to basically rip the world apart. That's the reason why he's the World Breaker. Like, it's so confusing. Galakrond. Galakrond? Something like that is, I think, the progenitor dragon. That should be the dragon, if anything, because it is multicolored, multifaceted. It works in many ways, yeah. But it's just one of those things that it's like, it feels like someone, like, Tiamat, ironically enough, would make more sense, like, if they did, Deathwing as Tiamat, right? Like, that would make more sense. Because that's just evil, destruction-y bullshit. Sure, it's a progenitor, but, like, it's a clan leader, right? And WoW. Because it's, what was Deathwing's clan again? Was he the black? Was he black or was he red? I can't remember which one he actually comes under anymore. I think he's red dragons. I'm gonna have to look that up. But he's one of the dragonflies. Like, your Dragon Lords here, from the stuff that I've seen, seem more like what the Dragonflight leaders were. It's just elder dragons that kind of have a heritage over stuff. right? So I don't know if I would go like any of these would be Chromie or Nosdormu or anything like that. I just literally named 2 of the fucking dragons that are in charge of the same dragonflight too. God damn it. Ysera's one. She's in charge of the greens and the Emerald Dream. Because what are all of the dragon flights? There's the Emerald Flight, the Bronze Flight, the Copper Flight, I guess. Hey Yasin, how's it going? So you want to see funny dragon art? Go on then. Send me funny dragon art. Send me a card to look at for funny thing. Sorry, change the subject. Nah, it's good. All good. I'm kind of just like stuck here trying to remember things. Can't remember the names of all of the flights. Because there's also like, there was a new one as well. And I can't remember what the new one is. The like silver flight or white, like the white flight. I can't remember. Platinum? Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, no, I still want to make this deck, man. I still so badly want to make this deck. But I also think I need to wait till the next expansion's spoiler season really kicks off before I like finalize what the deck's gonna look like, because there's obviously gonna be dragons that are gonna come out, and I want to see what they have. You know, might as well tell me the names, because I can probably look it up easily enough, right? Or you can send the image if you've got it on hand, and then I can just bring it up on stream. I've seen that one. I have seen this one, and I know what it's from. I've seen this one before. So this is Lathless Dragon Queen, which we actually have in this deck. Right here. But this is a secret lair done of it, which was the child's drawings one, where they like got fucking a child to scribble something basically to look like, and then an artist did like a high quality version of it. I remember seeing this one. It's so fucking good. So derpy looking. I thought that secret lair was such a cool idea, by the way. I want them to do more like that. That was awesome. That's so charming of a thing to do. Joda, the Unifier? Dude, imagine a Joda with this deck. Just cascade into dragons. They did it twice, I believe. Yeah, sounds about right. I need to do it more. I think it's such a cool idea to get like a really interesting involvement. Or similar stuff. I think similar stuff like it would definitely be cool as well. So it's just a really nice, charming thing to do. Tantrum, perhaps? What's that one? Let's see. Ah, yes, that one. No. So the problem with that is that it's just gonna die. I have enough ways to cheat out dragons in this deck. So if I open this up to be full, again, the weakness, this deck is going to play dragons. It's gonna get there perfectly fine. We've already removed a lot of, like, strength it had before, because technically... So, again, this is the list that I want to make, but you'll see very quickly there are OG dual lands in here, and it sits at about 7.5k US. So, that's not happening. So this is the toned down version of it, where we've put, like, Surveil lands in instead, and shit like that. This deck will be able to get dragons. That is not a problem. Getting dragons, getting them onto the board is not the problem. It's just it's speeding through that early game, and that is a 4 mana card. I'm already going to be able to cast dragons at 4 mana. Because, like, to give an idea, we've got Magda here is a great example of tutor thing for that. So it's whenever a dwarf I control becomes tapped, create a treasure token, sacrifice 5 treasure tokens, search my library for an artifact or dragon card, put that onto the battlefield, and then shuffle the library. 13,000 money? Yeah, I know. That's why I don't think it's feasible. Because the short answer is you normally, it's like 1.8 something, 1.7 New Zealand dollars to the US dollar. It's around that kind of category. I know it got to 1.6 or 1.5 at one point, which is wild. But yeah, so while I can see Kalia working, it's just we've got enough, I think. That's why I say, like, it's such a tight synergy net, because I generate a shitload of treasure tokens, right? It's treasure tokens, mana gen, we've got all that stuff going. Close to 1.8 at the moment. Yeesh, it's gone back up. That's rough. Because that's why, the other thing as well is, as I was saying earlier, if I go back to Tiamat, we can actually see a couple of them. Let's see. Dragon Speaker Shaman, right? That could go into this deck, arguably, but Dragon Speaker Shaman doesn't fit in enough. I'm spending 3 mana for a card that does nothing on entry, and the next turn doesn't even pay for itself, even if we were to do it. As well as Dragon's already reducing everything by 1. Most of my dragons sit at 5-6 mana cost. So if I play this turn 3, right, like I've hit a nice curve, I've got this on turn 3. 1, it's 2 red mana, it's rough as fuck. And 2, I'm not ramping instead. What would I prefer to do? Would I prefer to play Sarkhan, Fireblood, or Dragon Speaker Shaman? Sarkhan Fireblood is I can add 2 mana of any combination of colors, spend this mana to cast a dragon spell. What is better, -2 or 2 mana of any color? No Mogs Jasper? I have, what do you mean? I see a Mox Jasper right there. Because I was like, damn, that's cool. Suck Auntie's nuts, exactly. Now, ironically enough, Mox Jasper might not be good in this deck, unless it's kind of... Mox Jasper gets me faster that position where I can, blend it, yeah, that's fair. It means that I can, get to that point where I can play 2 dragons, if I need to. But it's also, that's not necessary for a dragon. Arguably the -2 multicast per turn. Okay, so what you're talking about is getting to the multicast sooner. I need to get to the cast sooner. So if I've hit 2 red drops, look at the majority of the dragons. Do they have 2 red pips? A lot of them do, but not all of them. You know what would be better? If I had 2 red pips, another one, and now I have whatever color I need to get down any other dragon in this list. Which is primarily I'm gonna need green. Like, the next turn after I play this, keeping in mind Dragon rules, I could play fucking Dragon Wars Slugmanuts. Flying Deathlunch, when it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature or planeswalker for as long as I control this card. And keep in mind as well, I cannot leave mana open with this because this is only for casting dragons. Didn't see the full list. I know. That's why I'm like going and kind of explaining through these things. Because it's just, this is why I've not got the Shaman or the other one, the Goblin, this one. Dragonlord Servant. Because this deck is very heavily, like I said, this is very much on a dime sort of build. So if I was to start adding cost reduction in to do those things, I would have to change a shitload of other stuff as well. Because, like, at the end of the day, I would prefer to just have mana than cost reduction for this kind of deck, because cost reduction's already passive. We have Dragon. It's already -1 across the board. I don't need to add in other things that give me -1 because it's not going to speed me up. Like, this is where you get to the thing of, again, Dragonlord Servant. Okay, I play this on turn 2. I get cost 1 less now. So that means my turn 3 play changes nothing, pretty much on the vast majority of dragons. Because they would just need to have... Okay, so we could get this dragon down next turn instead. Cool, that's not bad. It's a good dragon. And then... Cool, no other dragons come down sooner because of Dragon Lords. In a meaningful way. That's kind of why I say cost reduction's not the problem here. It's mana. And that's why we've also got Mariah's Wake, right? That's why we've gone not as much artifact mana, ironically. We've also got Herald's Horn for cost reduction. But we've mainly land with 36 lands and all of them being like whatever the fucking color we want, right? And all of our spells are just like ramp and shit. Or clear. But if we go to the optimal list, which is the list that, again, we'd like to use, with the OG lands coming in untapped, you would probably be able to consistently, on like turn 2 or 3, start actually being able to play shit properly. Or like turn 3 or 4, sorry. Turn 3 or 4, you can start doing whatever the fuck you want. And that's like, with kind of bad hand as well. But this version of the deck is a pipe dream, so don't think there's anything I can do about those decks, other than having that copied version that's like, just have the Surveil lands instead, to actually be able to afford the deck, potentially. After the PC, obviously. I want to kind of go back to the Surveil stuff. Alright, let me refresh this page so I can actually see my deck changes. So this is the deck we were working on before, the Surveil one. Let's bring this back up. Think about what the fuck do I even want to do with it? What does it have here? So we do have top deck, reanimator, and self-mill clones. I want to have a look at the self-mill tag with Mirko. Yeah, so Soul Diviner is definitely a card I wanted to get, because that means I can get more counters off stuff. What would come out for that is the question. Pylon, Unshakable, Exavernus. I mean, again, this is another card that's just really fucking hard to find. I think there's like one copy in New Zealand at a store. Fucking Shinja tags as Gororga. No, I don't want to get another copy of that. I've already got the one in my other deck. Gary! Gary would be an amazing card to get for like 2 of my decks. I'd love to get a copy of Gary at some point. Lose X life. Let's see. When this enters, each opponent loses X life, where X is the devotion to black, you gain life equal to the life lost this way. Imagine that in my Hashton deck. Good lord. Comes down, just nuclear bomb. Vizier many faces. Good. Control of... Do I actually want to keep this? I don't probably want to keep this. As much as the Swamp Cycling's really nice, it's a 1-mana Swamp Cycle. I think it's spells I need to be looking at though. Because I have a lot of shitty spells that are just because I have them. Like... Bolts. Now I wish Gary is Gary like they did with the Tim being Tim and Monty Python. That would be really funny, actually. Inspiration from Beyond was the mill one, right? Do I really give a shit about instant sorceries? Yeah, I kinda do. I don't know. It's the difficulty of I think this deck needs to move away from instant sorcery a little bit more. Specifically sorcery. Like deep analysis I think can come out, I'll be honest. Like, Auton would be really fucking scary. The reason Prodigal Sorcerers called them is due to Monty Python. It's called Tim. Yeah. No, I do remember that. That was like a charming thing there. It's a nice flavor win. It's like Thorbound Phantasm's fucking insanely good in this deck. That's there. Yeah, I could probably take the troll out, I'll be honest. Troll could come out. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If this was kicked, return 2 target creatures from your deck. I think we need Blood Beckoner. I don't know. Like this is one of those things of I feel like this deck kinda doesn't want to be bringing the creatures back to hand. I don't know. Because like, that's why I'm looking at the Blasphemous Edict, that I'm like, is Blasphemous Edict what I actually want? Actually, no, the problem with Auton is, unless I'm targeting, it's because, like, one of the things I was thinking about with Auton, right, is imagine if it was the Auton Soldier, but, like, I had fucking it on Miracle or whatever, but the problem is that it itself won't get the copy of, the counters on it, and nor will the Myriad. Will, right? Myriad will just create token copies. They're not actually going to have the counters on them. So attacking with multiple Miracles is useless. I would want to attack with something big and fucking meaty, or something that has attack triggers, which I don't really have the attack triggers I need for that. That's an interesting one. Yeah, Convoke's nice. What's the one that is... It's this one, right? This is the Surveil. Surveil 3, return creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Exile this with 3 time counters on it, and it's a suspend, and so it just infinitely suspends. Is that even that good? It's really... It sounds nice, but I don't think I've ever played this, because I think I've always been on the back foot by the time I get to play this. I think, again, that's the problem I have with this deck, is that I feel like all of the great payoff cards I never get to see because I'm always too busy dealing with the early game. And I'm never able to get through that well enough. Like, I either ramp up too quickly, cause myself to be a problem, and die because of it, or I just get killed by bullshit. And don't get a time to recover. I think Thor Vessel can actually come out of this as well. Because I'm never gonna have fucking enough cards in hand to justify it. That's why I say, like, Massacre Worm, I think's entered the board once with this deck. It was when it was a lot worse as well. And people left me a lot more alone because I was a lot worse of a player. Tainted Indulgence might not be bad. I actually really don't know what I'm doing with this deck. Like, it's really hard to figure out what is the weakness with this deck right now in my head. Like, I'm just struggling with that. What's the weakness that isn't just, like, cards that are expensive? And that's kind of, I think, the biggest issue that I'm having. So I don't want to be just spending another, like, $50 to upgrade the deck. I don't have infinite money, nor do I have a stupid amount of fucking thing for that. So it's like just trying to nitpick the right things. Because again, like, it's the annoying part is there are cards that are cheap, but they have to be like they're not in New Zealand. That's what I hate as well. I think I need to lean into the copy stuff as well. The copy stuff just feels really nice. Really fun to play with the copy effects. Clones. Yeah, like, this might not be a bad bet, actually. Nesting Grounds as well might not be horrendous to look at. I don't think I've got it at the moment. No, I do. What? Wait, do I have Nesting Grounds in this deck? I think I do, actually. I think I bought it the other week. Now that I think about that. Or I was planning to, anyway. Because 1 mana move a counter sounds great. Yep, there it is. Nesting Grounds. Yep. I did get one. Okay. So Nesting Grounds is already there. Cool. Don't need to worry about that then. But yeah, like body double would probably be just, yeah, we've got the space at the moment. We've already got Evil Twin. Undercover operative, except it enters with shield counter on it. That is kind of good. You can have your in-step exile up to one target creature card you control, then return that card to the battlefield under my control. The Deep Dwelling one might not be a bad bet either. Like the Thassa Deep Dwelling, just because like I can flicker shit at that point, and flicker gets rid of the counter. Such an expensive card, though. Blood beckoning for undercover operative. I think that's honestly like the main changes I can even do to the deck. It's kind of sad. That is kind of sad. The fuck are y'all talking about over on the Discord? Jesus Christ. Me power tripping right after, good lord. They're all sick, if you want to catch it, let me know. Funny stuff on the Discord. Yeah, I just had a read of some of that. What the fuck are y'all on about? It's great. Yeah, no, I don't know if Sin's still here, but like, I don't know if I'll hang today, just because I've not been feeling great recently. And I have a lot of stuff that I need to sort out after stream, so. Okay, reminds me I need to check the weather. Yeah, it's fine. Should still be able to do that. I'll probably get sick though, but oh well. It'll be fine. Because yeah, mana's definitely been an issue in this deck a few times. I don't know if I want an Ash Barons anymore. I don't know if it's that great. Let me look at some lands that suggests Majuka Bog, so really. monastery. Dig site sounds good, but never get to use the surveil part of it. Those aren't loading for some reason. Just gonna refresh this. Speeds it up a bit. It's like, I don't think the land count's wrong. Yeah, it's like sitting at 32. Maybe that's low. It's just like the costs of this deck is I want it in the graveyard, right? I don't know. I don't know there's much more I can do to this deck until like I just get to a point where I do other shit anyway. Like, I don't think this deck's gonna do much more than what I've got here. I mean, like, I could, because I've got a bit of top deck manipulation with Surveil, so I can use Marvo and, what's it again? Twilight Prophet. Gonna go to D&D starting soon, I want snacks. Fair enough. I'll catch you later, Matthew. Ripples of Undeath seem nice, though. I do kind of think that would be a good card in here. Like I said, this is a deck that I feel like is somewhere between Surveil Mill shit and just getting as much in the graveyard as I can. Work from there. I just need better ways of playing shit from the graveyard, potentially. Not just bringing it to hand, but just playing it. Think twice isn't what I need, though. Yeah, like Think Tank is another one where that has actually just been routed to Surveil. Upkeep Surveil. Kinda good. There's a fucking battle? What does the battle do? Oh god, it's so hard to read. When Invader of the Day enters the battlefield, each player mills 3 cards, then each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card. Okay. Wait. Each player mills, then each opponent discards, and then you draw. Okay. And then you may have this enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature card in a graveyard, except it's a 4/4 black zombie in addition to its other types. Interesting. Invasion of Armageddon. Maybe. I guess I could try and sneak an Arcane Signet in here again. Just try and fix up the mana a bit more, but I don't know. I mean, a laser screwdriver would be nice, yes. Because that does have a 2-mana Surveil tap. And all of the other dumb shit that it does. Yeah, I just don't think there's much else I really do with this deck. The more I keep looking at it, the more it's like, I don't... If I do much more, I think I do damage to it. That, like, again, that's the point that I'm trying to get with it all. Is I think there's no great answers anymore to what this deck needs. Exotic Orchard for like Gallifrey Council Chamber because it's another ETB Surveil land that doesn't enter tapped. The problem is that it's only ever colorless because I can never use the other part because I don't have any aliens or Time Lords in here. Whereas at least with, like, Hidden Grotto, I believe I can transfer mana through, same with Conduit Pylon. Yeah. Those are literally just the same card. But it enters Surveil, tap for colorless, 1 tap for color. ETB Surveil. Yeah. They're just the same card, but with different names, so I can use it too. You know what? Yeah. Take out Ash Barons for Gallifrey Council Chamber. Because I don't think I've got a single fucking alien. Nope, not a single fucking alien. Let's go. Alright, yeah, I have no idea what I can do. It's like, I'm just constantly in the cycle of just thinking about cards I know of, and like other cards I'm reading here, and just how like little there is, I feel, to do. Oh yeah, I just realized as well, this wouldn't even care because it's Surveil for the first time each turn. So it's not the first Surveil it sees, it's the first Surveil of the turn. I hate that. Dude, Whispering Snitch is such a fucking stupid card because it's like, it's decent enough in the deck, it goes into it, but it's like, you could be so much better. But yeah, like, Children Whispering one probably can go into here at some point. Be a bad bit. Is there a card like this little fucking dude that's just better? Oh, would you look at that? Mostly Demir, and it's mostly fucking Miracle cards. Who would have guessed that that's what it synergizes with? Not me. Yeah. I don't think there's anything we can do. Alright. What other deck do I want to work with? I had another deck that I wanted to work on. I mean, there was this one as well that I kind of wanted to play around with, but the more I played around with it, the more I realized how foul this card is, and how, like, I would play it and I will die every time I try and play it. I so love this deck. I don't know if I've ever shown this one on stream. You want to see a deck that's, like, built like a complete asshole? So, I'm gonna show this card before we show the deck. So this is the commander. So, Vela, the Nightclad. Intimidate. This creature can't be blocked except by artifact creatures or creatures that share a color with it. Other creatures you control have Intimidate. And whenever this or another creature you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. So, removing my stuff, really annoying, and you can't really block my stuff easily. What if I just took this a little bit more, like, intensely? So, here's a question I'm gonna pose. What is the key aspect of the phrasing of this effect that makes this really broken with a certain subset of cards? Well, you see, Intimidate reads can't be blocked by anything that's not an artifact creature and or creatures that are sharing a color with it. Well, what happens if the card doesn't have a color? Lo and behold, Eldrazi exist. They don't have a spell, they don't have a color. So therefore, they can't be blocked by anything other than an artifact creature. And, like, a lot of them are devoid as well, so this actually just loses that color there. Needless to say, this is an entire deck that's about, like, swinging, hitting, and destroying shit with, like, Ingest. I think Ingest is one of the main ones. But, like, hexproof from each color, and then it's also not blockable by anything other than artifact creatures. Needless to say, this is a deck that's actually, in truth, a Eldrazi deck. And it is absolutely foul of an idea. I don't think it's not even that expensive either, which is the problem. Like, most of the cards are just because, like, I have Ulamog in here, right? Like, that's what, $42 out of the fucking $200, almost $300 it would be? I'm setting up stuff to watch after stream, and I see a reaction in the last episode of Invincible titled Fear and Simping. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This is gonna only go well. Oh yeah, there's also this, which is great, which is Darksteel's Monolith, 8 mana, indestructible artifact. Once each turn, you pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost of a colorless spell from you cast from your hand. Damn, 8 mana for a 11/11, 11 cost 10/10. That's just fuck everything, right? I love it. Or, even better, fucking, this is no color. I could cast this at instant speed, right? I can cast this during an opponent's turn because it's every turn. In fact, almost all of my shit is devoid. So I could just cast most of these for free. Ain't that fun? I think that's fun. Needless to say, this was just a deck idea that, like, I saw this card, I heard someone mention colorless would just make this insane, and then I just made a build all around that. Because it's all about, like, attack triggers and on-combat triggers and everything, so I just, like, again, ingest is very, very common. I just remove all of the shit from everyone's decks and just make it so it's... Because, to explain ingest, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, so again, unless it's an artifact creature, this isn't getting blocked, the player, when this deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles the top card of his or her library. So I'm basically ripping their deck apart over time, and they just don't get to get those cards anymore because they're removed. Then we have Annihilator as well. Which is always fun. Oh yeah, That Betrays as well is a great card example of me being a complete asshole. Annihilator 2. Annihilator is whenever this creature attacks, defending player sacrifices 2 permanents. And the best part as well is whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent, that card, put that card onto the battlefield under your control. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? And then I've got like a bunch of the Kozileks as well, because why the fuck wouldn't I not? Right. Great Distortion. If you cast this spell, if you have fewer than 7 cards in hand, draw cards equal to that difference. So I always will have 7 cards in hand when I cast this. And then I can discard a card with mana value X and counter target spell with mana value X. I have plenty of big shit in my hand, so. Broken Reality. Which one was this one again? When you cast a spell, up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards from their hands. For each card manifested this way, you draw a card. And then the colors creatures you control get +3/+2. So it gives them some stuff to like deal with because it's manifested, right? So they could get rid of some like lands they don't need or whatever to do it. Because it's only if it's a creature it can be turned up. And then this one, which is the other like shuffle your graveyard into your library bullshit. Whenever you cast this, draw 4 cards, Annihilate a 4, and yeah, the shuffle effect. colorless spells you cast with mana value 7 or greater cost 1 less to cast. Other colorless cards you control get +1/+1. You can kind of see the idea of this deck, though, is it's very much just like a stupid, weird aggro deck that's really funny to me. And it's about, like, a lot of colorless dumb shit, especially. And yeah, Mystic Forge, artifact, or colorless spells from the top of my library can be cast. There's a lot of stupid things can go on with this. So, fun times. Yes. Each player sacrifices all permanents they control that are 1 or more colors. That's always a fun one. And the best part is, I could cast that for free, and then just bring back my commander. And then Rite of Replication as well, in case I really want to make someone suffer miserably by having, like, a lot of combat dumb shit. Like with the ingest mechanic. Just replicate a bunch of ingests, someone loses, like, all of their cards. And then, yeah, the fact is this deck is running wastes. Yeah, when you see wastes in a deck, you know it's going fucking stupid. I found this very fun, of an idea to craft around. Then we get getting back to the decks that we've crafted in the past and had fun with. I still keep working on this one as well. And every time I work on it, it gets more absurd. I don't even know what I've changed recently. Oh, I know what I've changed. I've added, like, a few more ways to have, no max hand size as well. I think, like, Reliquary Tower got added. Yeah, Reliquary Tower got added. That new dude that I just showed. The Verbose Host. And it's because, like, I thought about it more, right? And Mechanic Core, the Guidelight dude here, right? The robot artifact legendary. This dude is really good in this deck, right? Because he's a threatening body, and he's also, like, the max speed. Whenever I cast an artifact, I may pay 1 to copy it. He's actually really important for the long-term, like, power this deck could potentially accomplish. Because of, like, how much a burst turn can occur with that. So I started adding more cards that added start your engines, like Race's Scoreboard. And the more you look at them, right, like with the synergy. So this one's like, when this artifact enters, I draw 2 cards and then discard a card. That's fine. And then max speed, my spells cost 1 less to cast. But it's also 4 mana artifact. Triggers the effect. There was a couple of others as well. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was one more artifact I added. I know I removed a few things. Starting column, this one, yeah. 3 mana, add 1 mana of any color, or max speed, sack this artifact, draw 2 cards, then discard a card, right? It's still really solid because it still hits that 3 mana marker. And it gives start engines, so it means I can be getting the start your engines effects going more. Which is really, really spooky. Because the more ways I have to activate that, so Verbose Host is also like if I would draw a card, I could draw 2 cards instead. But that's also if I would, yeah, so if you would draw a card, draw 2 cards instead, it's just a lot of draw. This deck is very, if I'm not playing it correctly, or there is a very small chance of failure where I just accidentally draw my entire deck and before I hit like the ways to make the deck go infinite, right? Because obviously there is specifically Decanter, no, not Decanter, where is it? Elixir of Immortality. Elixir of Immortality is the main thing for that, right? Where it's shuffle your graveyard and this back into the owner's library. If this gets exiled, or if I can't get this in hand before I draw my entire deck, I will lose. But that's why we have tutors, right? So we've got like Moon Silver Key, we've got fucking Fabricate, we've got I think 1 or 2 other things as well. And we've got ways to like bring it out of the graveyard as well. And that's the point, is that like this deck should now sit at a really, like I even added Darksteel Forge to the idea of this because having Indestructible means that just like I could give Y'shtola turn her into an artifact with the liquid metal, and she's now indestructible and really hard to interact with. Because we'll also have probably something like Swiftfoot Boots, right? Giving her Hexproof. So Hexproof and Indestructible pretty much makes her nigh impossible to remove. Especially at like instant speed. Which is the point, because like if I do this build, the idea is that I like the reason why I think this deck is becoming scarier and scarier in my mind, and why I just want to make it because it will like play it a little bit, is because if I am playing this the way it's supposed to be played, the moment someone tries to interact with me, I'll just play over the top of them. It's like, oh, you're gonna counter that one? Cool. So then I'm just gonna cast this. And then I'm gonna cast this, 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 and oh, you thought you broke my combo. No, there is no way to stop this combo. Like, once it starts getting somewhere, it's impossible to break it out. And that's why I really like the idea of it. But I do think it's gonna be... Like, this is, again, kind of pointing at the bracket stuff. Bracket 2. This is considered a bracket 2. I don't still understand why it's not even a bracket 1, technically, according to its rules, because I don't take any extra turns, and that's the only thing that I think makes it different. I think it's because I have Flash available to me, and that technically probably counts as, like, being able to take extra, soft extra turn stuff. Like, I can take action on a turn that's not mine. So therefore, it's kind of an extra thing. But all intents and purposes, this is like a tier 1 or a bracket 1, bracket 2 deck. And this is one that like I genuinely think is we're gonna see versions of this pop up. I don't think this one. I think this one draws too much, and it's very, very dangerous because of how much it draws. Like, you will draw your entire deck. That is without a question. It's the question of if you draw your entire deck before you hit a point to be able to reset. that's the other thing as well, is start your engines is a very interesting one, because it's damage, right? It's not attack. If you have no speed, start at 1. Increase once on each of your turns. An opponent loses life. And this is damage, so it's still loss of life. There is a very easy way to also make this deck just kill everyone. And that's something that I've sat there and fought myself with constantly, which is that one exoskeleton. So... exoskeletal armor? Is the one I'm thinking of? No. Grafted exoskeleton. That sounds it. Yes, this one. Grafted exoskeleton. Equipped creature has +2/+2 and has infect, which infect is it deals damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters, and to players in the form of poison counters. So if you're wondering, that would work for Y'shtola, because you just put it on her and she's now dealing 2 poison every time you proc it. Grafted exoskeleton is a card that probably should just go into this deck, because it is the most obscene bullshit, and it will win me the game anytime it goes into play. That I'm allowed to use it. But, like, that's the problem. What goes out of it? Out of the deck for it? Yeah? Pardon me. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Unstoppable Plan is a card that could come out of this deck at this point. Like, it's very close to being a very valid argument to take this out. It's just redundancy for unwinding. Untap all artifacts you control during each other player's untap step, or at the beginning of your end step, untap all non-land permanents you control. This gives me so many fucking, like, ways to win. Because at least having some redundancy is a soft way of winning. Because it means if I do get a weird disruption in the middle of my bullshit, I just can do it at the end of my turn. What would even come out for it, though? Oh yeah, also Helm of the Host is a way of just being really stupid with this. So, Helm of the Host, at the beginning of your combat turn, create a token that's a copy of equipped creature, except the token isn't legendary. That token gains haste. Y'shtola, multiple of them, pings, and the best part is only one of them would be probably equipped with the, like, Curiosity combo. So it means that I'm only drawing so much, but I'm dealing way more. Like, Darksteel Forge could come out, honestly. This is a very greedy pick. Just makes it really impossible to deal with. Same with Aetherflux Reservoir. Reservoir gives me a way of just ending the game, potentially, because as long as I loop correctly, I'll be able to Infinite Storm up a shitload of health and just pay a shitload of life to nuke people down. So even if they've got, like, near infinite health, I have a near infinite way of ensuring they're dead. P50 alive is not that hard. I mean, like, Chromatic Lantern. Like, this is the funny part as well. Like, Chromatic Lantern is not a good card. Chromatic Lantern in this deck, though, is really good. Why? Because it's a 3-mana mana rock. That's what I care about. The lands being, like, any mana of any, like, add one of any other add 1 mana of any color. Words are hard, I swear. It doesn't really change anything about how this is gonna play out. It just means that I have a mana rock that's 3 mana, and it comes down. It's great. That's the point. We want most of our stuff sitting at that 3 mana bracket because that's the bare minimum requirement. So we want to have it as low as possible so we can ramp up faster. That's genuinely the idea. I mean, like, I could take out something like the... Honestly, the Verbose Host comes out for Grafted Exoskeleton. I'm gonna do that. The Verbose Host was a nice idea because it gave me hand size. But... let's just give ourselves an alt win count. Now we have, like, 3 or 4 ways of winning the game by just doing our shit. Because we have ways to generate near infinite amount of artifacts, potentially. As long as we've got, like, a little bit of stuff, we'll have the things we need. Because we can just keep making duplicates with Mirror Work and Medanic Core. Mendicant? Yeah, Mendicant Core. There you go. So we can make near infinite additional ones, which means that the artifacts that we'll have, that like the constructs, which are, they get +1/+1 for each artifact they control, they will just become infinite size as well. Grafted Exoskeletons really scary though, because like genuinely, to kind of stress the point with that, I need to cast 5 spells and everyone dies. That's not a joke. I cast 5 spells and everyone is dead at the table aside from me. If I have Grafted Exoskeleton on the game, on the board. In case you thought this deck was very normal, very nice. Because this deals 2 damage each time, Infect requires 10. Cast 5 spells, they're dead. So, yeah. There's a to be fair, again, this is an Artifact Storm deck. I feel like this is what the idea of this deck is supposed to be. It is supposed to do these weird fucking Storm off things and give you ways to win. The aim with this will try and be find the ways to reduce all my artifacts to a reasonable cost point and just do that, right? One of the, like, again, soft point of call, if I have just one color, like one artifact cost reduction, Hullbreaker Horror and Soul Ring immediately do so much. right? Because that's going to get me, like, a lot further along than I should be. Because I just cast one thing with Hullbreaker Horror, right? Whenever you cast a spell, choose up to one. Return target spell you don't control to its owner's hand, or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If I have one cost reduction, I cast something, I flip the fucking Soul Ring back to hand, I can play it for free. And I can do that as long as I can cast spells. So all spells will cost technically 2 colorless less if I wanted it to. It's so stupid. Were there some send triplets today, or did you forget? I didn't forget. I worked on it a little bit the other day, and the reason why I'm not working on it right now is because while working on it, I realized how much of an asshole you are if you play this. Like, I've got 34 cards sitting here, right? So send triplets, right? It's at the beginning, so just as a reminder, at the beginning of your upkeep, choose target opponent. This turn, that player can't cast spells or activate abilities and plays with their hand revealed. You can play cards from that player's hand, right? So I found out, like, as a soft example point, there is a card called Paradox Haze. Enchant player. At the beginning of enchant player's first upkeeps each turn, that player gets an additional upkeep step. So what this basically means is now I can choose 2 players and play both of their hands, and they can't do shit. Then I get stuff like Ghostly Prison, Propaganda, rip the cards out of their hands for mana generation, and then also on top of that make stuff like Grand Abolisher to ensure I am fully safe in case they try to do something, and then stuff like Grand Arbiter Augustine, where now they can't actually cast shit pretty much easily. Then you get stuff like Ginger Tex's Progress Titan, which basically is a counter spell for the first spell that they cast that's not a creature. Is it artifact, instance, or sorcery, counter that spell. The double upkeep is stupid. It's worse because there's more ways to get upkeeps. Just so you know. I haven't added all of the ways to get additional upkeeps to this deck. There are several ways. It is not hard to basically make it so I am playing my own game and I'm playing with everyone's decks at the same time. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card as well, so I can easily draw through my deck while doing stuff. Norn's Annex, so they can't attack me. So again, we have 3 cards easily to do that just mean that they have to either spend shit or attack us. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't be surprised if someone punched you in the face with that deck. Yep. And that's kind of why I will not wanted to finish building it. Like the design of it, because like, this is a deck that's just not fun to play against. And it would be such an unpleasant experience for everyone that I wouldn't enjoy playing it either, I feel. If you played on TTS, you could test it once. I mean, that's the idea, right, is I'd do that. But, like, I've also, to give you an idea as well, Drana and Lilvala. Do you know what this card does? It's another fucking cunt card, and it's a card that I actually own, because I got it for a different deck. So, Flying Vigilance. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control cannot be activated, so now they can't do even more stuff on their turns. And I can activate all abilities of all creatures your opponents control. And I can spend any mana as though it's anything, right? So, I lock out you to being able to play anything during my turns, and I play all of your stuff that you might want to play on your next turn. I'm gonna be honest, I will expect if I played this deck, even for like the first 4 or 5 turns, nothing's really happening, I activate this and I'm gonna expect people to just start scooping because they're not gonna want to play. Because the objectively correct thing to do then, from that point onwards, is to just play their, like, best cards or their combo pieces and ruin their combos. Specifically, like, lands, right? Like, oh, look at their hand. Oh, look, there's a land. It's not good for me, but guess what? It's mine now. Fuck you. Also, like Brand Stealer, at the beginning of your end step, exile the top card of each opponent's library. You may play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it was any color of it, and then whenever a non-land permanent an opponent owns enters the battlefield under your control, they lose a life equal to its mana value. You can see very quickly this just becomes a steel deck, and it's not a fun steel deck. So I stand by this. It's not a good time. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, they lose 2 life, you gain 2 life. So not only do they get to do nothing on your turn, they suffer miserably for playing on their turn. It's brutal, yeah. Yeah. And then, like, suspend cards as well become super insane because we're going for multiple upkeeps, right? So now you're in a situation where I have multiple upkeeps, I do all my stuff in my upkeeps and your stuff in my upkeeps, and now you can't play the game. I mean, like, fuck, we've got telepathy here, right? Which is opponents play with their hands revealed. I've got Render Silence, which is counter-target spell. Its controller can't cast spells this turn. They play their first thing, I immediately fuck them for the rest of their turn. Like, it's all my cards. It's like, everyone's cards are my cards now. People will be able to play, like, only a thing. Telepathy's $1 only. Dude, it's 1 mana and it's a fucking cheap-ass card. To be fair, it's not good. Because, like, you're paying mana for technically nothing. You're getting a lot of info out of it, though. But yeah, like Teferi's Protection in here, because of course I need even more ways to just be bullshit. Wandering Archaic, so again, punishing people for playing stuff on their own turns. Changes it for them, yep. But not for me, that's the problem. Notion Thief, when they draw outside of their draw step, I get the card draw instead. Yeah, no, it's, like, again, it was one of those things of, like, I started putting the parts together, and I'm just like, this isn't good. This isn't fun. Like, it's a funny idea, and it's a card, like, it's a deck that I would play once, right? Like, as we kind of said, it's a deck I would play once, never play it again. Like, this is a deck that you play because you want to not have friends. And that's very much inverse to the way I want to play Magic, right? Like, I originally went into this thinking it would just end up like, kind of like my Yoink deck, right? The Gonti deck I have. This one. So I originally thought it was just going to be this, which this one's bad because, it's all about exiling face down from people's decks. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I agree with everyone. If it wasn't exiled face down, I think this would be a lot more bearable of an experience. But because I'm exiling all this shit face down and I'm just generating a shitload of mana to be able to play everyone's shit, it's not fun. for that, but it's fun because I get to play a bunch of cards from other people's decks and I die really fucking quickly because everyone's had enough of me stealing shit from their decks. I like that. That's fun. That's cool. That's the energy I want. That's why I say, like, the Sen's triplets, I thought it was gonna be that, and then I realized there's no way to build it that isn't going to end up with it being a problem. Right? Because, like, no matter what, you need to protect yourself on their turns. So you need to be, like, absolutely defensive. So that's why Norn's Annex, Ghostly Prison, and Propaganda are here. Because it just means that, like, cool, you can't interact with me. Not by attacking. And then Teferi's to, like, give us an example, then you'd probably add a couple more counterspells, silence, stuff like that. I also kind of like decks that make other players miserable. So what I'll say to that is, let me maybe explain my thought process better. I am not against playing a deck that makes a player miserable. I'm against playing a deck that makes it a prolonged miserable experience. Right? If I play a deck and it wins on one turn in a way that makes everyone kind of miserable, I'll play that sometimes, but not often. Not in Commander primarily, as you kind of said there. Like, I think the general philosophy of Commander is not for that. The general philosophy of Commander outside of CEDH is to just kind of have fun as a group. But that's not always the case. But, fuck it, especially, like, yeah, it's just, I've played decks that are awful in Hearthstone and stuff like that. I mean, I still have a couple of them sitting around that I play to just complete a quest quickly. I talked about how the Shuttlewalk one that I have recently with, the Murmur dude, is awful. I don't know if I can show that on stream because it might lag during it, and it's a very APM intensive one. Kind of makes me feel like when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was young, before Synchro and all that. So, one of the decks I lost to last night, which again, I want to stress, I was not in a good mood last night. I was in a really shit state. So I apologize if some of this feels more negative than it ought to be, but there is a player there, and I've played with him a few times. He's a good sort. But like, he came in and he said, "Oh, this is a toned down deck." He then proceeded to play Genesis Wave 3 times in a row, infinitely generating green mana basically on a cycle upwards. And then put in a Crater Hoof Behemoth on the board and one-shot everyone. So I, basically, once I saw, I think, the second Genesis Wave, I just scooped. I was just so done. That's why I didn't pick up my card pack, because I was just so fucking in a shit mood at that point. I started scooping, I started packing up, and I just left. And, like, that's not on them, fully, right? But it is also a fault that that person has, is that they don't understand that it's the way they play and the way that they build their decks are very consistently able to do these really bullshit things. You're playing Commander, and I told him, "I'm not playing Commander with you again. That wasn't fun." Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, if it wasn't for the fate of the tournament aspect of things, like, he's someone that I don't know if I would play against all that often. Because, keep in mind as well, and I mean this in the nicest sense, he actually goes and plays in standard tournaments of Magic the Gathering. Like, he travels for that shit. I believe he actually played in Nationals. don't go to tournaments of any TCG kind. Well, the thing is, my Friday nights are like soft tournaments, right? So they're not like supposed to be heavy intensive, but they are official. So you play 2 games and yada yada yada, right? I should not have played my 2 games. I should not have played last night. I was not in a good headspace. I played against 2 people that, and 1 person in each game that is like the worst kind of matchup for me with the way that they play their games. And I just did not have a good experience with that, and I was already suffering from like having a heart attack earlier that afternoon, and then one yesterday morning. So I was just in a really shit state, in a really shit mood, and then I had 2 shit games, which just added to it. So I was just in a very foul mood, and it was not fair on me nor on the other people there. Right? That was, again, it's one of those times where I should have recognized I just needed to leave. For my own sake, I should have just left early. You mistreated someone? No. I didn't say anything, I didn't act in any way or anything like that. It's just like, when you've got a person at the table that's quiet and just in a miserable mood, that's not pleasant for everyone else at the table. Because, like, while... Again, going back to that the second game, where the person did the Genesis Wave and all that sort of stuff, I genuinely closed my eyes, rested my fist on my hand during his turns, because he would take so long. And I was just, like, sitting there resting. I would pull out my phone, I would send some messages for some stuff. I did all that. Like, I wasn't paying attention anymore. Have you noticed after your second game then left? I feel it's okay. Well, the thing is, it's 2 games that you pay for, right? You come in and pay for. I played 1 game before that, then I stepped out for a bit, so everyone else played a game. Then the actual Friday night started, so people were playing. First game, I was just in a shit mood and a shit state still. I went through, we played it. I came second in that one. Because someone did an infinite. Which, it's just, again, it's the person that's done infinites on me. Every deck he has an infinite, and he always goes like, oh no, it's not that scary of a deck, it's not that bad, it's not all that. And it's just, his way of playing pisses me off. I've talked about him before. It's the guy that doesn't take ownership of his actions. And all that. Not everyone can understand, but when I see someone like that, I don't intuitively think, what a moron. I think maybe he's got something going on. Oh no, look, okay, so again, what I mean by that is, like, me being in that mood and that mindset and all that for me, when I'm, like, sitting like that, I'm not saying people are thinking what a moron, it's people are sitting there and it's just making a more unpleasant experience for them. Because, like, if you've got someone that, again, it's that thing of, if someone around you is depressed, it's depressing, right? Because there's a level of sympathy in your brain. In the vast majority of people, there is some empatheticness to that, where, like, if someone's feeling shit, you kind of feel a little bit shit with them. Like, while you're around them. And that can be, like, when you're going to play a game to have fun, is not kind of what I want to do. So that's why I say, like, I was not in a good state for that stuff. I was very quiet. I was not engaging with the table pretty much at all. And all that stuff. And yeah, in that second game, I was just so done and tired. That's why I said, like, I scooped. I scooped because I knew I wasn't having fun, I wasn't going to enjoy it, and the next turn, even if we did the phase out rule, which we did do, they did do the phase out rule, I was probably dead the next turn anyway. Right? Like, that was how shit my game had been. Like, I got board wiped, I had terrible draws, and if I even tried to get back on the board, there was removal straight away for me. And I get it, right? Like, I have a deck that's that deserves that, and that's fine, and I understand that, but when you're feeling shit, you feel shit. How am I doing? Terribly, right? Like, this is one of those things of like, there's a reason why I normally answer when people ask me, like, especially IRL, how you going? It's like, I'm alive. It's because at this point in time, that is the only thing I've got going for me, really, in a lot of ways. What's wrong? I mean, like I said, yesterday, one of the reasons I was in such a foul mood is I'd, like, not eaten well, and, I had had 2 heart attacks. And I had woken up at, like, 3 AM. So I was exhausted, I was feeling ill, I was, wanting to throw up, but I couldn't because I didn't have anything in my fucking stomach. Like, it was just that was where I was at. Literally heart attacks? Yes. I have heart attack basically once a day, by average. Had one while I was at the store. And it's the first time I've ever actually said about the heart attacks at that store because someone asked me, like, why I was in such a foul mood, and I said that. And they're like, are you supposed to be here? Shouldn't you be at the hospital? I'm like, no, this is normal for me. And they just kind of were stunned and didn't really have anything else to say to that. It's like, yep, kinda can't. This is the first time you get 2 in a day. I've had more than a lot. I've had more than, like, 2 in a day. I used to have to go to the hospital on a semi-regular basis, but the thing is that they only treat at the time. Mine is a long-standing issue, and to fix it, depending on which nurse you're dealing with or which doctor you're dealing with, they might do something that actually will be bad for me long-term. So therefore, I agreed with my doctor is that, like, unless I'm literally basically in the process of, like, blacking out or dying from it, I need to just let it happen. Which is the shit part of it. Because they're, like, not full-blown to the extent that I'm about to die. They're just excruciatingly painful and awful. Because you have, like, you feel nauseous, right afterwards as well. Your energy levels just plummet because your body's just coming down from all of it. So you just feel so exhausted. Like, think of kind of, they're coming down from a sugar thing, right? Like when you've got low blood sugar. Everyone's kind of felt that, I guess, in their life at some point. Think of how sleepy you feel with that. That's kind of how it is, right? You can talk to me on Discord if you need someone. I appreciate that. I really do. It's kind of what the streams are for, is like, I try and use these as a way to forget about everything that's going on, try and move on from it all. That's why I'm, like, super fucking anal about constantly doing it. But admittedly, I'm just also really terrible at looking after myself at this point. Right? Like, I acknowledge all of my faults. I'm not stupid enough to, like, go, oh no, I look after myself. I don't. One of the reasons why, like, the heart stuff is worse at the moment is because I was supposed to be on a medication, I went off of it, and because of that, it did more damage. I can show you how playing Magic on TTS works. I really should set up Tabletop Sim for trying it out. I wouldn't be against looking at it, because I think I tried a version of it. I don't think it's the main version people use. Or if it is, like, I don't know, we crashed it, was one of the things we did. See if I can find the one I used. Because we tried to use a mod for it. Subscriptions. Don't even need to add each other on Steam. I mean, I don't care. I just need to know who the fuck, is sending me a friend invite. This one. This is the one I tried. I don't know if this is the one that, I meant to try. crash it at one point. It was funny. I tried to, I think my friend, when we were testing it, made me exile, do the, what was it, like mill till you hit 20 CMC. And the problem is I was playing the Cascade Landfall deck, so I went through like half my deck in one go, and it crashed while we were trying to sort that out. Because this is the deck that I posted into it. It's very funny. I love this deck, by the way. This is, again, a deck that I would love to make one day. Because I feel like you would accidentally, like, your entire deck would just fall on the ground. It's all about Cascade. It's Cascade Kindred, basically. It's like, oh, cool, Landfall. I think this is like some more stuff with it, and it's just big dumb shit with Cascade. It's the one? Cool. Okay. I need to not crash it this time then. But yeah, silly Cascade. I love this deck so much. Landfall, Cascade, dumb shit, go. I do not think this is good, by the way. I think this deck is horrendously bad, but it's really funny. Foretell? Oh, no, I remember Foretell, yes. Yes, no, I remember Foretell. Yeah, it's... I agree, there's not enough about it. It's a mechanic? Yeah, no, I mean, you can search mechanics in Architect normally. But no, I remember Foretell. I guess it's kind of like Adventure in the sense that, like, Adventure didn't have a lot of support for a little while from memory, and then, like, it's now a really, really nice mechanic. I'm wondering if Foretell needs that. Because, like, I had a couple of cards that were Foretells. It's just, I don't think I ever played them because they're just normally so much worse than other variants. Because it's hard to get, like, payoff architect things around it. Do you know Morph, another mechanic? Yes, I know a few people that have, like, Morph decks as well. There's a lot of cool synergy around those, where it's a lot of the, like, flipping cards. It's great. Well, I mean, like, the problem with Morph is that Morph is bad, in a sense, but, like, there's been so much better support for cards like what Morph is. And there's just better versions now. Because, like, there's Manifest, Dread, and all that shit, right? I guess it's slow. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea with it. So, like, that's why most of the time, though, like, the other problem with them is that a lot of the time, not only are they slow because of just the fact that you need a swing and all that shit and morph costs. I also like Suspend. Suspend's cool, but, like, there are actual mechanics for that, right? I mean, Doctor Who has a really good one for that. David Tennant's the 10th Doctor is really, really good for Suspend. Because he's all about, like, time counter manipulation. Like, I'm not kidding. It is actually a very good and very fun deck. The 10th... Once the computer catches back up again. Oops. The 10th Doctor. So, L on Z, whenever you attack, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile non-land. Put 3 time counters on it. If it doesn't have suspend, it gains suspend. And then timey-wimey for 7 mana. Time travel 3 times. Activate only as a sorcery. For each suspend card you own and each permanent you control with a time counter on it, you may add or remove a time counter. Then do 2 more times. And then you do that with like Rose Tyler, which is +1/+1 for each time counter on it. And then you just shit out a lot of cool time counters and move them around. I love those colors. Yeah. And the best part is, yeah, you can have 10th Doctor with Rose Tyler partnered because of Doctor's Companion. Or you could do Clara Oswald, I guess, as well. And then you can have her as white as well. But like Rose Tyler and 10th Doctor are just incredibly good. And it's not excessively broken in any capacity as well, I will say that. Like Amy Pond as well works with it. It's really cool. There's a lot of flavorful ways to do it. Never made a commander with 2 commanders. Yeah! It also kind of attacks you. I mean, it's the best part as well, because like it's the specialty one. Because normally it's partner that you have to do for that. Whereas this is Doctor's Companion, so it can be... You can have 2 commanders if the other is the Doctor with Doctor's Companion. What was the other commander option you mentioned? Trying to remember. Oh, you could do, so 10th Doctor Rose, or you could do 10th Doctor Clara. Clara is also really good, and you can still choose her as white because she actually has the rule for that. So, if Clara Oswald is your commander, choose a color before the game begins. Clara is that chosen color. So you could actually just choose not to have it as white even. You could choose this as black, as green, whatever. And what she do? Yeah, she's actually really fucking awesome, by the way. If a triggered ability of a Doctor you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. And then she's a Doctor's Companion, so you can have her as a thing. So... she's really good. Black is super interesting? Yeah. It's a really cool one. I mean, again, the benefit you could have is you could just have Clara in the deck with Rose and 10th Doctor. Like, these 3 cards are insanely good. But, like, Clara Oswald is really good with a lot of the Doctors. Because just trigger again, right? So triggered ability. Whenever you attack, exile cards, you get this. You get Alonzi a second time. You get, like, a lot of potency out of that. It's really, really strong. And then, yeah, you get to do, like, a Doctor Who themed deck as well, which is always fun. I could change one commander whenever I see, depending on who I'm playing. Exactly. Right? Like, that's the other thing. It's like, you could make multiple decks with these as well. Like, again, you could make a red, blue, black deck and have Clara as the thing, right? I don't particularly like Doctor Who. Rude. Never seen it? That's fair. But yes, this is a very, very nice deck and combo style. Like, you can do so much with it. You can also, if you do want another one, this is another commander that is not horrendously good, but is not horrendously bad, which is, it had 2 mana, exile target non-land from your hand, put 4 time counters on it, on the exiled card, if it doesn't have suspend, it gets suspend. It's not too bad. That's also, I believe that was the commander for the long time before the 10th Doctor was the one for suspend. I think she's still used a fair bit. She's also a lot cheaper to play. So. It's like 2 mana less. And it's, I mean, it's good old Izzet colors, right? Izzet's pretty good for that. But no, Doctor Who is just a really fun one. There's a lot of cool things you can do with Doctor Who cards, and to a lot of the disappointment of a lot of people, because there's a lot of cool mechanics locked behind it, and a lot of people don't like Universes Beyond stuff like that. To give an idea, there's one deck here, spoilers, that's another Doctor Who deck that I have, Exterminate's one, Gallifrey Stands is one, so on and so forth. But if you want to know one of the decks that is the funniest to me, is the War Doctor. The War Doctor. SpongeBob is too much, yeah. Well, okay, the difference is, so I'll say this, SpongeBob's a great Secret Lair universes shit like that. I love that, because it's not added anything new, right? Whereas Doctor Who, none of these cards exist outside of Doctor Who. This is the only version of that card. That is the problem I have with that stuff. That's what I think is the situation that's the issue. SpongeBob's just skins? Yeah, SpongeBob's fine. I think it's hysterical, some of the cards that they got for it, and I don't agree with some of the decisions they've made with which cards were which, but overall it makes sense and it's fine. But, like, the War Doctor is the War Doctor. This isn't, like, a skinned card. This is a Doctor Who card. But no, this one's a fun one. I'm gonna read it out, and then I'm gonna read out another card, and then you'll understand why this card's really funny. Because you can just one-shot someone. Whenever one or more permanents phase out, or whenever one or more other cards are put into exile from anywhere, put a time counter on the War Doctor. Then, whenever the War Doctor attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of time counters on it to any target. If a creature dealt damage this way would die, exile it instead. Right? Okay. So this is what the War Doctor does. Let's explain it a little bit better. Whenever you exile or phase out, he gets a time counter on him. When he attacks, he can then slap something with that damage. That includes a player. Don't tell me you get 40 counters. Worse. I'm gonna ask you a question. How many cards are in your deck? Because there is a partner I can give it, called Ryan Sinclair. Whenever Ryan Sinclair attacks, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that exiled card without paying its mana cost if it's a spell with mana value less than or equal to Ryan's power. Put the exiled cards not cast this way onto the bottom of your library in a random order. So there's a fun little bit of wording here. So I have a question for you. Because this is a Doctor's Companion and these are your two commanders now, what happens if my deck is just land? Catch you later, devil. Because it says, and exile a non-land card until. So what if all of the cards are land? Oh, would you look at that? The War Doctor just killed someone. So, genuinely, and I will put the camera on because this is what someone's gonna die, yes. I'm gonna put the camera on because I want to explain, this is literally the best part about the idea of this deck. This is not this deck, mind you. Again, we're just doing this as an example point. Okay, so we're gonna turn on the camera. So what's gonna happen, right, is that you've got your deck here, you've got, say, we'll just use these two copy tokens as our commanders. So I'm going to swing with these two. I'm gonna trigger Ryan and Sinclair's effect first. Cool. That many time counters on the War Doctor. War Doctor trigger. Like, that's the best part. It's like, okay, so I'm gonna exile until I hit a non-land. Alright, cool, now we're moving on. I want to make that deck purely because of how much of a shitpost that would be. It'd be like 80-something counters. Yeah, and that's the best part as well. Think about it. You don't need a fucking mulligan. It's like, oh, I've got red and white in my hand. Well done, I've succeeded. And what's even better, you need to understand. So we've made this joke. You know what you could also do with this deck? You know what you could also do? You could fill this with utility lands. Not just like basic lands. You could fill that with lands to really fucking destroy someone. Like sack lands, fetch lands, lands to like stop people doing certain things. There is a lot of options you have available to you to lock someone out of the game. Now, like, again, the way you're kind of supposed to be playing this deck is you're supposed to play with some of these, like, you're trying to exile to legendaries, trying to cast your stuff, trying to flip it all of it around, do your dumb shit, do cascade triggers. Cascades are really good, all that sort of stuff. But why fucking bother when you could just vaporize someone? So I'm not gonna lie, the best part as well is I'm pretty sure I could actually make this deck if I had the land count for it. I don't. Just win turn 6? Pretty much. Well, actually, no, it's turn 5, really. Oh, yeah, no, turn 6. Because you gotta get, no, turn 5. You could get Sinclair out and then War Doctor out. Oh, yeah, no, he's 4 mana. He's 4 mana. You don't need, yeah, you do this turn 5. Turn 3, Ryan Sinclair. Turn 4, War Doctor. Boom, gone. No haze. Oh, turn 5. Yeah, yeah. Imagine. God, if they had haze. And it's great, because even if they remove it, you're gonna have enough land to mana to get recasting. What do I call an AP sniper? Dude, it's one of those things where I want to make that deck just for one time playing it in real life. Like, that's one of those ones I'll take it into the fucking thing, the shop, and see what happens. Let's see, let's look at utility lands real quickly. Rogue's Passage, doesn't really matter, the person's dead by the time you cast. Hideaway 4, yeah, that's incredibly useful here. I mean, the best part is, if you play it correctly, you'll, like, give them the full sense of security that your deck isn't, like, about to cast bullshit, and you're playing, like, proper lands for a bit. Temple of the False Gods, yeah. Mines of Moria. You turn 5, one-shot someone, and the other 2 players desperately try and kill you that turn, because they can... Well, that's the best part, right? Is that, like, no... If you get to do this, you're going to lose the game, but one person lost the game first. It's all you've got to rely on. That's all you've got going for you, is the fact that, like, you're not the first person potentially going out, you're the second. But it's just, yeah, run all of these cards, just fucking go for it. It's likely they're gonna realize what's going on in turn 4. Oh, I'm gonna be honest, there's a very good chance, especially if I turn up and go, I've got a cool deck that I want to try, and I'll put those 2 commanders there. I'm gonna get fucking killed before I even cast 1. Especially if I say I've got a fun combo, that shit is gonna kill me. Oh yeah, play Temple of Triumph, Scry 1. They'll think, yeah, they'll be like, It's turn 4 of Arena of Glory. Is it? Wait, which one's Arena of Glory again? Is it gonna be here? No, okay, I have to look it up. Arena of Glory. Oh shit, yeah, no, that's a turn 4 win. So what I'm hearing is mulligan until you hit Arena of Glory. So, to explain this in case you may not notice, enters tab to the battlefield unless you control a mountain. 1 red, exert this, add 2 red, and if this mana is spent on a creature, it gains haste until end of turn. The benefit you've got is that the exert effect's not really a problem in our case. Because, oh no, it doesn't untap on our next thing. Whatever will we do? Yeah. Now you're making me wait. How much does this card cost here? Is it at the store? Because yeah, the best part is you can mulligan all the way down to 1 card. Because you're gonna draw another land. Come on, please, let it be. There is stock. $20. They're all fucking foils. I don't have enough basics to finish this deck off is the problem. I would do it otherwise. I'm 100% serious. Because, like, again, the doctors are... Like, the 2 cards that aren't lands are gonna cost me $2. And that's not even a joke. The War Doctor. Would you look at that? I can get a special showcase version of it for $1.60. There is a very serious temptation in my soul to do this shit. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. It'd be so funny though. Oh no. Like, this is one of those things. This is a deck I could afford to build. The thing is, you'd need to ensure that all of the lands you're playing are lands that probably don't come in tapped. Right? You're fine paying life, that doesn't matter. Like, this is 100% a deck I could just make once, never play it again, and rip it apart for the lands again. It's so funny. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. You could have some tap lands in. You could, but you want to avoid them as much as possible, right? Because you want to have lands that you can play consistently. Because, yeah, like, it's the thing of, like, how much you... Because you're gonna... It's... Again, this is so stupid. You're gonna mulligan down until you get... the arena in your hand. Is the idea. So, what you'll always want to do is you're gonna want to have, like... If you're always mulliganing down to try and find that, right? Because, yeah, again, like, you're gonna mulligan down. No, why would you just play with 7? No, go all the way down. You can go down to 1 card and you draw off the top. Because you always hit a land drop. And it just sounds so funny if you hit the arena. So that's why I say, like, you want to probably minimize how many, like, lands come in tapped. Because you're going to want to work with lands that can... Within the first 3 lands that are played, you want lands that... At least one of them's going to produce a red mana. And then... At least 1 white mana. And you're going to be able to play them all untapped. Or be untapped for getting... So the first 2 turns you care about tap lands. After that you... No, sorry. The first 2 turns you don't care about tap lands. 3rd turn you care about tap land. And then 4th turn you're playing this anyway. That's the idea of that deck. Let's make it really quickly because I'm fucking giggling too much of this. I'm going to design it at the very least. You need a plain mountain for the arena? Yes, you need... Well, no, you don't need a plain mountain. You just need a mountain. You just need to control a mountain card, so it just need to have mountain on it. So, basic. Cool, there we go. So that's the main things there. And then... Arena of Glory. And then Plains. The deck is ready. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, Sheep. That's basically the deck there. That's why I was looking again at, like, the lands for it, because I don't think there's any utility lands I give a shit about here. Because you don't want lands coming in tapped. I mean, Updating the plugin soon, anything you want in it. I just added external variables, input, and random numbers. I don't think there's anything else I can think of that I didn't see there as well. Can you test run it in Architect? I can. That's why I'm just like thinking, how do I want to handle things? We need red more likely. Yeah, red's the dominant one that we're gonna need. I mean, might as well have this one as well, right? Because that's just one or the other. That's great. And I don't think we want anything else. Because everything else is like, yeah, just... Can probably go 50-50. No, you can't go 50-50. So you're gonna need to go... so this is gonna have to be... So this is 55. And then that gives us 40 planes. Because if you go 50-50, you're not gonna get as, like, you definitely need to hit more red than white. And it's because you need it for Arena of Glory. Okay, let's, you know what, fuck it. Playtest. Wait, there's an error. Oh, I'm missing one card? Oh, yeah. Give it one more planes then, sure. I did the maths wrong on that. Cool. So this is a legal deck, and its salt summary is very high. Who would have known? Alright, playtest. Mulligan. 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 I think I get one more mulligan and I'm fucked. Alright. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna reset this because it's fucked. Alright, very good. Okay, so, mulligan. So we get one free mulligan. So I can go to mulligan 7. Okay. So then that means we're gonna have to go... No, I can click this one more time. That's right, yeah. Keep this. Okay, draw. Play mountain. End turn. I also need to view command zone. Okay, next turn, draw. Play plains. Next turn, draw. Play mountain. Tap for Ryan Sinclair. Untap. Draw. Okay. There we go. Draw. Cool. Play planes. Tap for War Doctor. Cool. No way this is gonna leave, but hey, alright. Untap. Draw. Someone's dead. Yeah, so we tap these two, we exile our entire deck. And there we go. So one player died from mulliganing more times. So we can go to when this says 8 is, no, we can only go till when this says 7. That's what we need to, right? Because this is 0, so -0. Yeah, when this says 7, we can keep until then. We hit it. Alright, so we do this, so we need to have -5 in hand, so we only have 4 cards? No, 3 cards. Cool. There. Keep this. Okay, turn 1, draw. Gonna play a mountain. Gonna pass the turn. Gonna draw 1. Gonna play plains. Gonna draw 1. Gonna play a mountain. Gonna tap 3. Ryan Sinclair. Then we're gonna untap. Draw 1. Gonna play Arena of Glory. Then we're gonna tap this into the arena. Gonna play War Doctor. And then we're gonna swing with these two and then someone's dead. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. So again, to reiterate, if you're thinking, oh well, someone might not have died, and this is turn 4, I just did 91 damage to a player's face. If you can get to 91 health on by turn 4, turn 3, good on you. You deserve to live at that point. Oh, this is such a stupid idea of a deck. Okay, let's try that again. So we can mulligan until this says 7. Yeah, and then we play the pattern out again. Okay. We hit it again. With 5. Oh, I didn't hit it that time. So it is a hell of a gamble, but it is probably worth it. It is such a funny deck. Oh my god, it's such a funny deck. Oh, that is so dumb. That is actually so dumb. Now, I want to just double check something with this card. Whenever this attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of time counters on it to any target. If the creature is dealt damage instead, then... So, there is a way to live, which is just kill the War Doctor, obviously. Right? I mean, it's very easy to just remove the 2 cards and you're done, right? And then I'm like in a situation where I'm just going to be constantly scrambling. If you remove one of them, I always have an Arena of Glory out. If you remove both of them, I have to slow build. Good to know that the estimated cost is only $58, and like all of that is on Arena of Glory. I guess I could make this deck cheaper by just turning this into a fucking mountain. Sure, fuck it. It's a $50 deck. Next time someone tells me to make like also, would you know, it's a fucking it's a bracket 1 commander deck. What's the rules of this? No mass land destruction, no extra turns, no 2-card infinite combos, no game changes, and few tutors. This is a bracket 1, everybody. I fucking love this so much. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I need so many lands for this if I was able to play this though. It's so funny. So dumb. Alright, well, there you go. That's your oops deck. Oops, I won the game, or oops, I'm just out of the game. It's the best deck I've ever made. God damn. It's the worst deck I've ever made as well. I love the mana distribution. Wait, no, there's something I didn't look at. What's the fucking... Oh no, I haven't got my mana value ratios right. Come on, guys. We're gonna work on this. Clearly, I need to have more red lands than white lands because the percentage is so off. It's 2 pips, 1 pip. Categories land. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Ask everyone I know, can I borrow like 50 fucking mountains off of them? 40 planes. The thing is, though, I will stand by this. While I want to make this deck, the problem is trying to find the right kind of people to play it with. Because there is only going to be so many people out there that are going to take it in, like, stride. Now, again, there is a lot of, like, ways this deck never plays. Even on its own, if we mulligan all the way down to 1 card and we only hit planes, then we're fucked. Alright, we need at least 1 mountain. If we want to do the Arena of Glory play. If not, then we're not doing the Arena of Glory play, and we are just using that as red mana. I mean, if worst comes to worst, we play it as one of our first lands. And hope they don't have a thing for it. Like land destruction or like a chaos warp or some shit. It's a legal deck. Fucking would have guessed. I just love that, like, normally there's a bunch of stats here and things that you can look at, and it's just nothing because this deck is empty. Like, you go look at Cascade, and it's just, like, oh, loads. The best part as well is, like, you don't lose anything from making the deck. Because you're just like, oh no, I have a lot of mountains, a lot of plains, and 2 cards that I can use in other decks or make an actual deck with. But like, you get like all of these stats here, and it's like, oh, this is a burn copy, some draw lands, ramp, all that shit. It's like, nah, fuck that. I love it. Alright. I'm gonna call it here for today, because I've got a lot of work that I need to sort out, and some things I need to organize. So, that was fucking stupid. That input there. I love that. Alright, well, with that all being the case though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. I hope to see you again next week. Until then, bye-bye.